Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of May 19, 2026. Before asking the clerk to call the roll for tonight's regular meeting, I'd like to note that Councilmember Pascal will be joining us late for our study session. He expects to arrive around 6 p.m. City Clerk.
Councilmember Tim Chizen. Here. Councilmember Arnold.
Here.
Councilmember Prem.
Here.
Councilmember Falcone.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Black.
Here.
Mayor Curtis.
Here. Our study session tonight is on two items. We will hear an overview of the Kirkland utility rates first. Second, we will have our briefing on the Cascade Water Alliance of the Cascade on the Cascade Supply Plan. We expect to reconvene our regular meeting at 7:30. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and council members. This is somewhat unprecedented just for the public's purposes. We believe this is the first council meeting that City Manager Kurt Triplett has missed in his 15 years. He's in Greece on vacation. And so tonight, I actually have the distinction of being acting city manager, but also doing the first presentation for the study session. And so my apologies in advance. It's a little bit of a lecture. There are actually a fair number of slides, but I will move through it quickly because some of that was really for you to be able to take a look at in advance. And there are just some policy issues, particularly in the middle of the presentation, that we wanted to highlight because it'll be coming back to you as we bring rates back. I also wanted to introduce Jenny Gauss, who is our Surface Water Strategic Advisor, but she's also helping shepherd the rate study while Carly Jorger is on maternity leave, and she's doing a great job keeping everybody aligned. And so you will be seeing more of Jenny as we bring these rate items further. So to basically start, why we're doing this now is to basically provide you a framework in advance of a number of rate decisions that are forthcoming. And we'll be bringing that to you over several months also while we're starting to roll out the budget process. So we just wanted to have everybody to have a foundation, and you don't talk about rates in detail every year the way you talk about other topics. So we just wanted to give everybody a good starting point. So I'm going to do a little background. I'm going to talk about the key pieces of the rate study, which are rate revenue requirements and the cost of service. And then we'll just give a high overview of the rate study schedule, which you'll start seeing in the coming months. So the basics regarding utilities is that most municipal utilities are enterprise funds. And what that means is they're intended to stand alone. They're not intended to be tax supported. And in fact, they are taxed like separate utilities. They generate a tax to the general fund. Funds have to be used for the benefit of the ratepayers. And you can't use utility funds for non-utility purposes. However, they can reimburse the share of central services, so HR and finance and the city attorney. And again, they also generate revenue to the general fund because we tax them like we tax other utilities. So with that as a basic context, we just wanted to run through really quickly a few facts about our utilities. We have 4 utilities that are operated by the city: water, sewer, surface water, and solid waste. And I'll talk just a little bit about each one, but it's important to know their annual budgets combined are $90 million. And so they are a very large piece of the budget. And it's something that doesn't always get the kind of attention that the tax side does. So for water, Cascade Water Alliance, who you'll hear from later in the study session, that makes up about 38% of those costs. The city does all the distribution and delivery of that water. But the important thing here is that our water utility only serves the southern part of the city. It's about 55 to 60% of the city, roughly south of 124th Street and east of 98th Avenue. And the other customers are served primarily by North Shore Utility District, but there are also a number of other providers on the edges. And so I have a map in a moment that'll just provide some clarity.
Deputy Mayor?
Is it okay if we ask quick questions in the middle of the discussion?
Tracy, is it okay?
Sure, it's just I have people betting on whether I can cover this in 45 minutes, but no,
This is
please,
such a
by all
unique-
means.
It's such a unique
By all means.
opportunity because I have the deputy city manager who's actually a finance guru making this presentation. When we report general fund budget for the city of Kirkland, you said $90 million for the utility fund. Is that 90 million included in our general fund reporting when we report?
It is not. It's separate. It's an entirely separate entity. That's what these enterprise funds are intended to be. So yes, that's additive.
Not only is the fund separate, but when we report out.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
They're a separate category.
Thank you.
So for sewer, you can see the budget's about a little over 20 million. King County provides wastewater treatment. That's just under 60% of the sewer budget. We provide collection services, meaning it's coming from all the homes, and infrastructure to get it into the transmission and treatment system. It serves some fewer customers than we serve in water, but similar area, but it's only a portion of residents. The rest are served by North Shore with smaller proportions from other districts or on septic tanks, which we still have in areas of the city. And so just to give you a little visual context, this is a map that kind of shows the city's water service area, North Shore's water service area, and it gets really confusing because there are North Shore water customers that are city sewer customers and vice versa. There are some that are Woodinville water customers but city sewer customers. So, but I think the important thing is we serve just really the southern 60% of the city. In contrast, we serve solid waste or garbage to the whole city. The solid waste services that are provided by contract by Waste Management are about 2/3 of the cost. We pay disposal costs directly to King County, so for the landfill, a little over 20%. So most of what the city does is public education, billing, and customer service as it relates to solid waste, but you as the city council do set the rates. In some cities, Waste Management sets the rates by contract. So that's one thing that distinguishes Kirkland. And so just about 24,000 customers, and everyone in the city is required to have garbage service. And last but not least is the surface water or stormwater utility. Sometimes those terms are used interchangeably. The services are all provided by the city except for billing. Surface water rates are actually billed on your King County tax bill as a separate line item. Provided throughout the city, and it's basically more parcel-based, and so it's assessed on the parcel. Single family pays one rate, and then based on the amount of paved area, non-residential pays a share of those rates. And so this deals with water that's essentially falling on the ground and has to run off, both dealing with it from a water quality standpoint, but also to help prevent flooding as it drains. And so those are the 4 utilities that the city operates. Just to kind of give you a sense that the average monthly bill for a single-family residence, a typical residence, is just about $235 before utility taxes. Our utility taxes vary by utility, which is a long story that I won't tell you today, but lawsuits were involved at one time, not against us. But this is a number that has gotten to be much more substantial in recent years, and what you'll see is projections are that it's going to get even larger. But this just gives you a sense of what an average single-family customer would pay. And these are all preliminary draft, not adopted rates at this point. But we provide the context of how much of the cost comes from other agencies, just to give you a sense of one of the drivers of the rates. You'll hear shortly about Cascade Water Alliance's capital plans related to supply. King County's current, I guess I won't say fully recommended, it's not adopted yet, wastewater rates, which you'll talk about later this evening, have very substantial increases projected for the next 6 years and beyond. But also our solid waste disposal costs are going up, and our waste management contract increases by the consumer price index. So lots of big elements of this we don't control directly, but they drive our rates because they are big contributors. So managing utility finances, there's some interesting things which are kind of true of the overall government, but when you think about them as standalone businesses, they're intended to be businesses that operate perpetually. We don't have the option of going out of the water or sewer business, except in very extenuating circumstances. So what that really means is revenues need to cover expenses. You need to have strategies to maintain financial sustainability because we'll talk about in a lot more detail the capital, that these are very capital intensive businesses, so things need to be replaced. They can be very expensive. And so you need to plan for that, the infrastructure over the long run, but also for variability in revenues. And so right now, we have a whole series of policies, financial policies that have been in place for many years that are part of the rates. But the important thing is they're set by you, the City Council. And so as we look at rate increases, we also will probably bring forward some levers that might help us manage rate increases. And so the next part of the presentation really focuses on some of those key fiscal policies and then how they fit in the rate study. So a rate study has 3 key pieces, and the first phase is how much we need to generate from rates in total to support the utilities. And that's really the part you're going to be seeing this year. And then you have the cost of service analysis is about who pays based on their demands. So how much different does commercial pay than residential, than other types, government-type clients perhaps. And then rate design is how do individual customers pay. And so we're not going to talk about those last 2 in much detail, but my sense is you'll be getting another one of these at some point where we'll talk about that in detail, but I will introduce it a little at the end. So one of the things that goes into these rate revenue requirements is the operating budget, which might seem a little more obvious. But there's a rate-funded part of capital financing. There's fiscal policies about reserves in particular. All of those come together to come up with the total amount of revenue we need. Then there's the non-rate revenue piece, which can be all sorts of things. There are charges and fees that are in the utilities. There's interest earnings. There's some large balances at times in the utilities that earn their own interest. So you subtract those out, you compare it to your current revenue from rates, and that's your rate increase overall. So what I will focus on is those policy pieces a little bit in the next several slides. So again, the math is fairly straightforward, but there's lots and lots of detail that goes into it. And what we'll bring to you is the key drivers of what's creating the overall rate increase. So we'll get all of the funding needs together, figure out what needs to come from rates, and then we'll bring forward some recommended increases that these fiscal policies also are influencing. And we'll identify for you the drivers, the wholesale costs, and the other things that are driving potential rate increases. So the first set of policies we want to talk about just a little bit is the first 2 are operating reserves. And because utilities have revenues that come in a different pattern than the expenses, for example, water costs tend to be not as seasonal as water revenues because there's irrigation revenues that occur in the summer. You keep a certain amount of money aside for making sure cash flow works. So when revenues are lower but expenses are higher, you have enough to meet those expenses. You can see they vary by utility. Surface water is so large because we only get revenues twice a year, the majority of revenues twice a year through the King County property tax payments, though that's a good example of something we may reevaluate and bring forward as we look at rate increases. The operating contingency is basically for exactly what it's saying, a contingency against adverse actions or activities that occur, things that we can't anticipate. For example, if you have drought restrictions, you may be relying on a lot of revenue from the summer, but you may not have it because there are watering restrictions in place. Or you may have an unexpected expense occur. which you actually had fairly recently in one of the utilities. And this is intended to help hedge against that so you don't need like an emergency rate increase. And lastly, we have a capital contingency, which is basically just a hedge toward unexpected failures or costs that end up being higher than we anticipated because a lot of the facilities are underground. So you only know once you get in there sometimes what the absolute needs might be. So this is the part that I hope isn't too tedious, but it's a little bit of a thought process that I think might be helpful as we move forward. Capital funding in general really needs to rely on the engineering work. You have the system plans that look at long-term capital needs, and those needs are both for capacity, so does the system need to get bigger, but also for repair and replacement. And I'll talk about that a little bit more in a couple of slides. And so we set aside some funds toward repair and replacement, basically a minimal amount, but how they get spent is based on how the system is aging and failing. So reserves kind of grow and shrink depending on what the needs are. We do collect capital facilities charges from new growth, but those are primarily for capacity, and anything that those can't help pay for is basically paid for in rates. Those are one-time charges, and again, I'll talk a little bit more detail as we move forward. So what I'm going to say initially is that the best way to determine what your replacement needs are is a technical evaluation, which is part of the planning process. Aging and failing infrastructure is part of our water system planning, and that'll tell us what we think might happen in the next 20 years. But you never really know because a lot of this infrastructure is not something you see. So the CIP is done, it's updated every 2 years, but it's done in 6-year increments to help us plan actual funding. So those are all different things that we do to try to anticipate capital funding, and I'll just kind of go into a little more detail on them. So these are really broad concept kind of graphics. They have nothing to do with our real costs, but to basically say that one of the reasons this is important, planning for the long-term capital needs, is utility infrastructure sometimes has very long lives, 50 or 100-year lives, but sometimes it will fail in year 10, and sometimes, like the Roman aqueducts, they're still delivering water today. And so thinking about the utility when it was built, when the city was small and there was a lot of undeveloped land, a lot of money was going into system expansion. Some of that was done by developers directly, and then sometimes there would need to be upgrades, but you weren't necessarily doing lots of repair and replacement because the lines were still good. And then as it ages, you end up doing a little bit less capacity and a little bit more replacement. And as a utility gets very mature, you end up focusing a lot on replacement when you're built out. But you still have capacity that you're expanding because we're getting denser, so you still have some growth. But over time, because it's a very long-lived asset, we're just really entering a high level of replacement because a lot of our assets are now approaching a 75 or 100-year life. So there's a really basic measure in our financial statements of consuming assets, and that's depreciation. It just takes a life. You know, it says this is going to last 75 years, and then every year says you're losing that value. So to keep your utility whole, you basically should fund at least that much on paper. But it has nothing to do with what actually happens on the ground. But in concept, everybody's using that utility sum every year, that asset sum every year. And so there's some flaws with depreciation as a starting point, but it's kind of better than nothing. It doesn't take into account inflation. It doesn't take into account that a lot of these were put in either by developers or when there was just open land. There wasn't a lot of other infrastructure. And it doesn't recognize new regulations. And so many years ago, I think the first time was 1998. We think the last update might have been 2008. An evaluation was done that basically used like an insurance industry concept, which is survivor curves are basically saying it's almost like an actuarial thing. Some pipes will will fail at the beginning, some pipes will last much longer, but there's kind of a curve on which they'll fail. And so basically, it's a little bit better than the accounting measure of consumption because it says that you're not going to be able to replace them exactly the way they were done. So to get what we did at that time was, this is an illustration actually from the 2008 study. This is the way the assets in the water main inventory would be expected to fail if you basically said they're all going to fail 75 years from the decade they were installed. You couldn't possibly replace them this way because you'd dig up the whole city. But the curve says you have real increases in your future because some are going to fail early, some are going to last much longer, but you're going to have that peak in the middle. And so you need to be putting money away, recognizing your consuming assets. See, I told you you would be like, is she done yet? But you'll hear these things, and hopefully they'll make a little more sense when we talk about the numbers, and I won't do it like this again. When we did those studies, we basically said at a minimum we should put in some multiples of that depreciation expense because we know it's going to be a lot more expensive. And so at the time, the analysis that was done, it was 1.25 times for water, a little bit more for sewer. And because we didn't have really good information at the point in time for surface water, we're saying we should put aside at least depreciation because we know that they're being consumed at some rate. But because this is all like 100-year analysis, a million assumptions and everything, we also said, we don't know how it's actually going to work. So we're going to assume we'll fund 75% with cash flow, but we'll leave 25% to be funded with debt, potentially. Because debt's not a bad thing in a utility like this. So that's kind of how we determine a minimum investment from rates. And then we have capital facilities charges that come in from new growth. One-time payments when something is either increased in the capacity it needs, the size, so if the meter size goes up when something's redeveloped, or there's new units developed. And so this is one time, so it ebbs and flows based on the development pattern, but it's something that we can use to invest in, particularly system capacity. In addition, we collect charges, similar charges for Cascade, that regional capital facilities charges that are for Cascade expansion infrastructure. And then King County assesses a separate capacity charge that is often done as a rate surcharge for a similar purpose. So that doesn't pass through our books, the Cascade one does. But you have to kind of think about what you're investing those funds on, because if you don't invest it on the capacity you need, but you allow the development, you're going to have a problem at some point. So the role of debt, I'm just going to hit on for a moment because it does help deal with the uncertainties. These utilities generally support their own debt. They're not drawing the tax debt. They usually use revenue bonds or low-cost loans. We get Public Works Trust Fund loans and so forth. But they're also used to support long-term needs because they spread costs over time, which is actually in some ways more equitable because these are very long-lived assets. An example is we have a big water tank that we're about to replace. We will likely issue debt because you'd only do that once every, 50 years. And so you want everyone who's benefiting from it to pay a share, plus it means your rates don't have to spike. But you want to make sure you can deliver the projects before you borrow because they are an obligation of the utility from rates. So, that wasn't so bad. So you take all of those and you come up with a total dollar amount that you need. And then the next phase, which will actually start probably late this year, maybe early 2027, is based on a lot of the planning data that's in your system plans, particularly for water and sewer. And you basically take the amount you need and say what drives the cost. So in water, as you all know now, fire flow capacity is a big driver that's driven differently by different types of customers. Residential and commercial have much different requirements. Base and peak flow different types of residential customers have higher peaks, right? A single-family home that has a yard is going to water in the summer, and that's actually expensive because it's the time of year where water is not as plentiful, as you'll hear. So for each utility, with water as an example, you figure out what the costs are related to those categories. You figure out what the demands are each customer puts on those costs, and it's an amount of money that each group should pay. More than you ever wanted to know about rates. And so once you get that amount, then you say, what's a reasonable way to charge it to customers? You know, we have fixed charges and volume charges. Some of the volume charges vary by how much you use. And all of that is various, there's technical elements and policy elements. For example, our solid waste rates, our garbage rates, have a very strong conservation ethic in them. There's an overlay of conservation on there as opposed to just straight what drives the costs. And so the good news is this is a topic for another day. So this is my last slide on this one. And phase 2, again, is coming, but what you'll be seeing in the next few months are the results of the revenue requirements and a revenue forecasting exercise that we're doing. So what does it all mean? Utilities have some similarities to all the other services, but they have some differences. And so, you know, the revenue that's collected has to really fund everything, and you have to think very, very long-term about what that looks like. So sometimes you'll see really large reserves in a utility, but usually that's good planning for really large needs at some future date. But it can be pretty confusing to people, and I think a lot of people historically maybe didn't pay attention to the details of the utility rates, but we put up that monthly bill because it's getting to be more and more of a conversation on affordability, and all those projections just make that conversation feel more urgent. So this is where we are from a rate study standpoint. We did a competitive process to select a consultant. They are working actively now. We've seen some draft work. They have some models where we can do scenario analysis, and we'll be bringing information back. I'll show you a schedule in a moment over time for adoption by the end of this year. Then we'll start up phase 2 as those plans, the water plan and the sewer plan, become available, because those are key to how you do that cost of service, how you do the allocation. And so those will start probably late into 2026, and depending on when the plans are done, we may be bringing results in 27 for 28, 29 rates. And last but not least, keep looking at my watch. These are kind of our current tentative dates. We think we're going to be bringing preliminary rates to you at the study session in August. We'll have proposed rates in September, and hopefully the adoption will occur in October. There are some statutory timelines where to have rates effective when you want them to be, you have to, particularly in solid waste, adopt them by a certain date. One thing I will say is because of all of the complexities of what's happening with our wholesale partners, what's happening with our master plan, or our system plans, and what's happening with the rates, is we may make some adjustments, but we wanted to just kind of give you a sense of what we're thinking in terms of when you'll see more on this. And I think that's my last slide. So there is time for questions, and I'm happy to go back to any of it, but I think we were just a little bit worried that we want to make sure our Cascade partners have their full 45 minutes.
You did it in a half hour.
Thank you.
Well done.
I was focused.
Did you practice?
Not exactly, but I've done this presentation
A
many
few
times.
Yes.
And so I tried to put my emphasis in the important parts. So.
Thank you. City Clerk, did you note when Councilmember Pascal joined us? Thank you. Councilmember Falcone has the first question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Deputy City Manager Dunlop. In my opinion, that presentation was a lot more interesting than you thought it was going to be for us. So I actually really enjoyed
You're very
it and learned from it. So thank you for that. My question is probably not going to be surprising to those of us who are in the room when we have talked about any of these utilities, particularly water and sewer, before, is that I understand, obviously, these are the utilities that are under our control. And so my question is about the ones that are not and how we track that. You mentioned, thank you for having the map of the different water sewer service areas. That was really helpful, but those in the North Shore Utility District and the Woodinville and the others that you mentioned, even though we don't have decision-making power in those, it still impacts our residents and our businesses and our community, right? And so obviously the bigger picture here is concern over utility rates and rising utility rates and kind of tracking and making wise choices about, budgeting and future infrastructure improvements in addition to being considerate of and understanding people's personal finances and business finances. So anyway, with all that said, I'd be interested in at least having an understanding of what is happening in those other utility district areas that serve other areas of Kirkland. Just want to make sure that they are having an equally thoughtful process during this, and that if there's anything that we need to advocate for on behalf of the Kirkland community, that we're able to do that. And I don't know we can talk offline, what would be the best way to do that, whether that's a staff briefing summary of that, or whether we invite, North Shore Utility District to come for a special presentation or something of that nature. But I do feel a sense of responsibility to make sure that that there's some parity with what services are provided to Kirkland residents. I don't know that all Kirkland residents, know kind of the complexity of the different utility service providers throughout various parts of our city. So that would be really helpful. I really appreciate all of this, and we're doing a really good job, and I'm happy with the work that we're doing and what sounds like we're going to continue to be doing, to be really thoughtful and to make sure that we're planning well and we're striking that right balance. But I would love a check-in on ensuring that we have that same expectation for all the different utilities that serve the city of Kirkland.
Great. Just a couple of quick thoughts of ways that we do get involved in that. We do have franchise agreements with North Shore and Woodinville, which define roles and responsibilities, and there's revenue pieces to those as well, that are one element. They also are required to do the similar types of system planning that we are by state agencies and so forth. And I know we have a fair amount of communication with them when we're doing comprehensive plan changes, because we're making changes in zoning and requirements. But I do know that there's regular meetings that Public Works has. And so I think we can maybe brainstorm the best way to bring you kind of an overview, because they are different. They have a different elected body that set rates and make decisions, but we'll think about the best way to kind of give you an overview.
Thank you. I think that'd be helpful not only for council, but obviously for the public to hear that and become knowledgeable on that. So thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Deputy City Manager, for your presentation, because like Councilmember Falcone, I actually found it fascinating. Springing off of what Councilmember Falcone was saying a little bit, just about transparency with the public, if you go back to the previous slide, I liked, we're going to be having this conversation that we started today. We're going to be having versions of it 3 more times before rates are actually adopted, and that's an opportunity for our ratepayers and who are residents and businesses and constituents to provide input. I actually really appreciated this one-on-one type of discussion, because I hope that I hope we're hearing from the public as we have these public conversations around looking at rates and ultimately rate adoption. I hope we hear from the public. I hope they also go back and watch this discussion so they can understand, frankly, this is complex, and this is not my first time through it, but every time I go through it, I learn. My memory's refreshed just about the complexity of our funding utilities and the way that they're funded and the number of them that we have. I think it's really important that we're having this conversation. And then what I'll say is another big takeaway I have is that there's, like you said, there's a couple of policy. There are some policy decisions that are made. One is, fiscal policy. do you want to have a sound fiscal policy that's more conservative, maybe a little bit less sound, less conservative? I mean, those are decisions that are made that are driving these rates. And then there's also independent policy decisions that we've made as a, as a region, and when it comes to, for example, wastewater discharge into our lakes and streams. We've made decisions about, how important clean water is to us, and those are driving some of these utility rates. So one of the things we learned from Kirkland prompted utility rate summit is just how many of these large capital expenditures, not just our utilities, but the region's utilities, how much of that's driven by policy, and policies that matter, like clean energy and clean water and clean air. Those are really difficult prioritization decisions that have to be made by a collective group of electeds from hundreds of different agencies. So there's no limit to the amount of challenges here, but I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I'm glad we're having it openly in what'll probably be at least 4 meetings, and I do hope folks that provide us input. I hope people do, and I hope that they take the opportunity to hear this original presentation. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So I'm just going to follow up. I mean, obviously, the concern is about affordability for our ratepayers and the future impact. And when we go into these further conversations, I would like to look at our Kirkland Cares program and what we're providing for people to support utility payments now, and somehow figure out, as the rates increase, how the need will increase. And I'm sure that's going to impact our budget conversations too as we move forward. So, Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
I would second the mayor's interest in the Kirkland Cares program. I don't know how that works, just pragmatically kind of where the money comes from and how that works, and if it, well, I just have questions about that financially and how that works without raising other people's rates. Or if it's lowering it for some, raising it from, or that money's coming from elsewhere within the budget.
Yeah, we'll bring back a report on how that's going, because it's a fairly new program. It's been in place for a while, but, who it serves, how it's funded, and what that
Yeah,
looks like.
and I'd be
Definitely a
interested how
topic.
broad the program is, how many people are participating, and
Exactly.
things like that. And it's not a program that I am familiar with.
Okay.
Maybe
Oh,
I
we'll
should
do
be,
that.
or I was supposed to study it. I don't know, but there's a podcast. Whoa. Well. All right.
There you go. All right, anyone else? All right, thank you, Deputy City Manager.
Great, thank you, and thank you, Jenny. I think we're going to take a minute to
Transition.
switch- Yeah, to
So we are
transition.
now going to move on to the Cascade Water Alliance presentation, the Cascade Supply Plan Briefing number 1. And it looks like we might need some extra chairs. Thank you, Jenny.
Um,
Brian, there's a sticky on your... We're not going to tell you what it says. It's the tall guy. Welcome, everyone. Deputy City Manager, you want to introduce us?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. With us tonight to give us Cascade Supply Plan Briefing number 1, we have Melina Thune, the CEO, interim CEO, Program Executive Brian Bartle, and Water Efficiency Director James Amspacher. Thank you, apologize. And we have other Cascade staff and city staff in the room who are available to answer questions as well. And so with that, I'll turn it over to the Cascade team.
Thank you. Yep. It'll turn green.
Okay. Oh, there we go. I can hear myself. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Thank you so much for inviting us here tonight to share with you some information about a couple of Cascades programs. Brian will be our headliner talking about the Cascade Supply Program, which is the biggest CIP project in the short history of Cascade. Go to the next slide. We have a short program for you tonight. Forward. Oh, okay, there we go. Awesome. I'll do a very quick overview of Cascade, and then James will give a short presentation on Cascade's conservation programs, and then our headliner, Brian, will delve into the Cascade Supply Program. One thing I do want to mention is that Tracy talked a lot about rates. We will not be talking about rates tonight, but I heard her say that this is presentation number 1. So I think we will be back, and given that we are 38% of your water budget, we really do appreciate the opportunity to share with you some information about Cascades, a couple of Cascades programs. But we will be back and to talk more about rates and the impact that the Cascade Supply Program will have on rates and your ratepayers. Cascade is a very young organization. The city of Kirkland, along with, at that time, 7 other cities and special water districts, formed Cascades, really to have a voice and a vote in terms of its water future. We provide service to 400,000 residents and 380,000 employees. Our primary mission is to provide clean, safe, reliable drinking water to our member agencies in a cost-effective and environmentally responsible manner today and in the future. We currently get all of our purchased water from Seattle Public Utilities, but as Brian will explain in a few minutes, starting in about 2040, we'll be shifting away from relying on Seattle Public Utilities and more towards Tacoma for our drinking water supply. The other thing to note on this slide is you'll see the little lake taps towards the bottom. We purchased lake taps in 2009 as a future source of drinking water, but with the new contracts that we have with Tacoma, we likely will not need to utilize lake taps until probably the 2060s. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to James.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So I'm going to provide an overview of the current water supply conditions, talk about how Cascade is responding to the drought, and also talk a little bit about Cascade's water efficiency programs. So first, if you want to hit that, I have 4 graphs I'm going to go over to explain current water supply conditions. Just to give you some context, all of these graphs are based on the water year, which goes from October to the end of September. There's going to be a solid or a bold orange line on each of the graphs, and that represents water year 2026, our current water year. There's going to be a dotted gray line that represents water year 2025, or the last water year. And then there's also a solid blue line that represents the long-term average. So this graph shows cumulative precipitation. So as you can see, we actually had a lot of precipitation this year. Unfortunately, it all fell as rain. So we had extremely low snowpack. This graph shows snowpack as a snow water equivalent. What that means is it basically represents if all of the snow melted, how many inches of water would be remaining. We actually had the 3rd lowest snowpack on recorded history this year. The reason snowpack is so important is because as the weather warms in the summertime and people start to use more water, we rely on the snow to melt and refill the mountain reservoirs. Next one. This shows combined reservoir storage, and because of the low snowpack this year, SPU made some operational changes. First, they received a waiver from the state to increase the water level at Chester Morse Lake in the Cedar River Reservoir by an additional 2 feet, so they can capture more water. And the second change they made was that they raised the reservoir levels earlier than usual and are maintaining the level as high as possible for as long as possible. And the final graph shows the average 7-day water consumption. So water use about doubles in the summertime. And as you can see from the graph, as we've had strings of warm, sunny weather, people have already started to consume more water. So all of these measurements on the graphs help drive the outlook for water supply this summer. Seattle Public Utilities has told us it's too early for them to determine right now if they're going to need to activate their water shortage contingency plan and ask for voluntary water curtailment this year. But on April 8th, the state Department of Ecology did declare a statewide drought emergency. They did have a caveat that areas served by Seattle, Tacoma, and Everett, water utilities plan for drought conditions early in the winter, and they don't anticipate any impacts to their customers. But this is the 4th year in a row that at least a portion of the state has gone into drought emergency. So there is a clear trend towards lower snowpack. So how is Cascade responding to the drought? So I want to start by saying there is a delicate balance between revenue and conservation. Earlier conservation messages are more effective in reducing water consumption. However, too strong of a message can lead to potential retail revenue loss. Since almost all the snowpack has already melted, we are keeping a close eye on reservoir levels as well as water consumption and making sure we're aligned with all of the Cascade members as well as Seattle Public Utilities in our messaging. We are increasing messaging around the drought and snowpack on both our website and on social media. We're just being really cautious in the language we use to make sure people don't end up being confused if we do end up having to go into voluntary curtailment later in the year. And then finally, we'll be waiting for the fall rains. They are anticipating a strong El Nino year, which could potentially delay those fall rains from coming back, and we really rely on those to then refill the reservoir that time of year. And finally, I want to talk about Cascade's water efficiency program. So the focus of the program is getting people to conserve water through behavior changes as well as upgrading their fixtures, appliances, and tools that will allow us to continue to make the most of the existing drinking water sources. Program components include school programs. We partner with Nature Vision to provide 500 in-class programs each year. Those are mostly elementary and middle school programs. We also partner with sustainability ambassadors for problem-based learning for water systems. Those are mostly high school and some middle school students and teachers, and it's really focused on those who want a more in-depth study of water conservation. We provide free water-saving tools and fixtures, as well as rebates on water-efficient dishwashers and washing machines. Cascade attends at least one community event in each of our member service areas to explain why water conservation is so important and provide tools and tips for people to do that. And we will be at the Kirkland City Hall for all event this September. We also have a strong presence on social media. We have We Need Water accounts on both Facebook and Instagram, where we share water-saving tips, talk about the importance of saving water, and talk to people about our programs and events. As I mentioned earlier, water consumption about doubles in the summertime due to outdoor water use. So we do have a number of program components that are really focused on outdoor water use. So we have weekly Cascade Gardener programs, as well as a monthly Cascade Gardener newsletter. We partner with Tilth Alliance on a soil and water stewardship training program, as well as community projects to help them use water-efficient gardening. We have a number of online videos and resources on our website, and we co-fund the Garden Hotline, where people from throughout King County can either call in or go online to get their gardening questions answered. We partner with King County Housing Authority to provide training to landscapers and building managers on water-efficient landscaping practices. and we provide free irrigation assessments to businesses, multifamily properties, and government agencies within our member service area. And finally, we have a Lawn Be Gone grass removal rebate program, where we offer rebates to people for removing their grass lawns, which use a lot of water, and replace them with native or drought-tolerant plants. That's all I have. Before I hand it over to Brian to talk about the Cascade Supply Program, does anybody have any questions?
I was going to have you pause before we move on. Any questions for James?
I just had a quick
Yeah, go ahead.
question. Thank you so much for this presentation. It's super fascinating. How does the volunteer curtailment work? Like, if that's implemented, like, what would the outreach look like, and what's the impact, I guess?
Yeah, so we'll do a significant amount of outreach. There will be press releases, so it'll be combined between us and Seattle Public Utilities and all the Cascades members. And we will let people know that we are asking them to voluntarily use less water.
I will just add that we do take our cues from SPU, so if it's up to them to determine whether they need to go into voluntary curtailment. And before they go to voluntary curtailment, they go into their advisory stage, and then from there, it's voluntary curtailment. And when they make that shift, they let us know. We immediately start working with our member agencies. They give us all the messaging so that we're all in alignment, all of our member agencies, we're all in alignment with SPU, along with their other wholesale customers. So we're working very closely with them to get a heads up if they are beginning to move down that path. But once they do, we sort of fall into step with them.
And what happens, what is it called after voluntary containment?
Then it would be mandatory.
Mandatory, okay.
And then it's emergency.
Oh, we have 4 levels. Okay. Were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. DEFCON 1, DEFCON 2, DEFCON.
Yeah.
Well, Councilmember Prem asked one of the questions I had, which is great, good question, and great to understand how that process works. People watching at home are going to have that question. Another question they might have that I thought I would ask you, James, is you talked about variant policies this year for filling reservoirs earlier and filling them more. There's going to be a bunch of folks, maybe including council members, who are like, hey, if you got a reservoir, fill it early and fill it full. So can you talk about what the trade-offs, there's obviously some policy trade-offs associated with that. Can you talk about what that is?
Yeah, so typically they don't do that because they want to make sure they have what's called a flood pocket so that so that they can take rain if there's a big storm event and they don't end up flooding areas further down. But it's helpful that they did receive from Ecology or from the state dam safety office, the ability to raise the reservoir higher than they normally do. So that gave them an extra wiggle room.
Okay. So it's actually interesting. I thought it might have to do with fish passage or something like that, but it actually has more to do with safety, with dam safety.
Yeah, and there are a number of considerations because they do have to worry about having enough water for fish in addition to people. But the main reason they keep that flood pocket is, to prevent flooding areas downstream.
Well, thank you. Appreciate it.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you for this presentation. I just wanted to share that my second grader recently did a field trip to Everest Park with, that I know Cascade was a partner in that field trip. And it was a rainy day, but the kids learned a lot and had a lot of fun. It was great having that kind of hands-on experience of a field trip to learn some of the fun educational things. So to any folks listening who are, PTA or school leaders that they're looking for a field trip, it was a really good partnership. And I'm happy that it's, the kids learned some good things and had a good time. So thank you for that.
Appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Anyone else? My question is, and this may be a staff question, these programs that you do are amazing, and as attested by Councilmember Falcone. My question is, what is the participation in Lawn Be Gone? What are we seeing in Kirkland? How many people are participating? Do we have those numbers?
So for Lawn Be Gone, it's a recent program that we recently launched, and we've only received a couple applications. We're still trying to get the word out and let people know about it. We made several adjustments to the program to kind of widen the net of people who would be eligible. And then we'll also be potentially considering increasing the rebate to see if that helps. We're not there yet, but
Yeah.
it's just getting started. So.
Yeah, I would just be interested, and this is for staff, what we're seeing in Kirkland, how many people we have taking advantage of these programs. So.
Yeah, and I can share, so I do send quarterly reports.
Oh, awesome.
Staff that has numbers
Okay.
in there.
All right. Thank you, James. Brian?
All right. What did you call me, the headliner? I've been a headliner. I feel so important now. Yeah, no kidding. So we are going to talk for a while here about the Cascade Supply Program and a little bit about the vision and what the program entails. It is a big deal, and so I will try to go through this quickly and get to questions at the end, but I don't want to go too fast and skip something. So the program does have a long history with Cascade. It's kind of why Cascade was founded, was to develop lake taps and bring water to our members. But in the last 2 years, it's really taken off. And this started with the board taking a regional vision that there was water in the region and it was not time yet to develop lake taps, but instead to find a partner. And as our contract with Seattle declines, we are now going to bring Tacoma online as a new partner. So we have 2 wholesale agreements with Tacoma. One is a permanent supply of 15 million gallons a day, and one is a market price agreement that's a temporary supply of 17.5 million gallons a day from 2041 to 2062. So those 2 combined, 32.5 million gallons. We will still, even as our, from Seattle right now, we are about 33 million gallons. That will start declining in 2039, and we decline at about 1 million to 2 million gallons a year. So by 2040 to 2041, in that time frame, we would not have enough water for our members, and so we will ramp Tacoma up appropriately in that time frame. We also, I should mention, with Seattle, as it declines, we do keep 5 million gallons a day in perpetuity from them. So throughout 2025, we hired our staff for the program internally, or I'll say our initial staff for the program. There are 4 of us, myself as the program executive. We hired a design director, a planning director, and a program controls lead. We have a new position that we just posted that will be a communications and outreach position that will be joining our program hopefully shortly. Also this last year in 2025, we went through our consultant selection for program management assistance on this. So Stantec was hired for that. They will be with us through the duration of the program, providing program management, planning support, construction management. They are not the designers. They are not the contractor that will build it. They are there to support us and be staff augmentation for us to deliver a program like this. To put numbers on that, their org chart in their proposal was about 110 people to support this program. We estimated that for us to ramp up full-time staff, it'd be in the 40 to 60 people that we would need to hire for this program. So it is more cost-effective for us to outsource that to consultants and bring the program forward that way. So I am going to move on to this, which is our first map, here's what the program is. And this is a very early graphic that doesn't show you a route of what we're doing yet. This explains the zones of what the program entails. So phase 1 is the green. That's what we're calling the transmission phase. And so that is what we are focused on right now, which is taking water from Tacoma, which is that yellow line between the green and the purple, and bringing it north to the yellow, the phase 2 zone on this map. So that is about 25 miles that we need to build a pipeline. We need to, in addition to the pipeline, build a storage tank. Tracy mentioned that you all were taking on building your own tank in town. We will be doing something similar to that. We have on the third bullet there is the recoronation station. So water, when it travels, water to be safe for drinking has to be chlorinated. Water that travels that far, the chlorine will decay to a level that is not safe for drinking, so we have to rechlorinate it once it gets up into our member area. The last two bullets up there, SCADA, operation, storage, and maintenance. Everything that you all have to operate your city water system, to operate your transportation system, et cetera. We don't have those facilities at this time. So those are buildings for us to be able to operate and maintain the facilities that we would be building. Phase 2 of the program starts about 2030 and is the yellow that you see on the map. That is the distribution phase. So in your city system, you have distribution pipes. So when we talk about transmission and distribution, we are not taking over distribution of the city system. We are talking about transmission, being transmitting the water from Tacoma up to our service zone, and then distribution being our distribution to the members. We are not taking over any of Kirkland systems or any of that distribution system. In that phase 2, we likely will need additional storage facilities. We likely will need pumping facilities. The Bellevue-Issaquah pipeline, it's that little orangey, I'll call it Y-shaped line on there. Likely we might need to upsize or replace that depending on where the transmission system comes and connects into phase 2. And we call it right now the BKR, the Bellevue-Kirkland-Redmond pipeline, but what it looks like in the future is unknown at this time, but it is to take the pipe that we bring from and through the green zone up through the yellow zone to come to all of the members. Phase 3 is the purple phase at the bottom of the map, starting in roughly 2040. This is our water supply development phase. So this is to get us ready to be off of Tacoma and Seattle and to be onto our Lake Tapps system. So that would include building a water treatment plant or facility at Lake Tapps and a transmission line to get that up to that phase 1 pipeline, and then other appurtenances that go along with the system. So that is 40 years worth of work in one graphic. I'm sure there'll be questions on that, but we'll move on for now.
Why don't we pause?
You want to pause now?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. For the phase 2 distribution piece, this exists today with Cascade bringing water in at some point. Some of what you described there sounds duplicative, like it may be duplicative for me. Is it? Is it upgrades? Is there a way to do an intertie with Cascade versus new infrastructure? What's the state of planning for this?
So let's start with the blue lines on this map that you can see in the middle of the green zone and then up north going through Redmond and Kirkland. Those are the SPU, the Seattle Public Utilities lines. The one on the north is the Tolt pipeline. The one on the south is the Cedar pipeline. The pipelines running north and south through Bellevue and Kirkland are what they call the Tessel and the Cecil. The Tolt East Side Supply Line, the Cedar East Side Supply Line. Every one of our member agencies right now takes water from Seattle through the Tolt, the Tessel, or the Cecil. What we are building is a replacement of those systems. So the Cecil line is on the order of 100 years old. The Tolt line is newer, but I can't remember the dates off the top of my head. So we will be effectively replacing that with Cascade lines. So right now, Seattle owns, operates, they provide all of the treatment, they provide all the transmission, they provide all the distribution. Cascade will be taking over those facilities and over those obligations to our members. So is it duplicative? In some ways, yes. In some ways, it's also adding resiliency and redundancy to a system that is reached the end of its useful life, as you heard in the beginning of the presentation. It's also standing on our own and having our own system and backbone. It also provides, if the big earthquake, I shouldn't say if, when the big earthquake comes, you as Kirkland would have an older Seattle pipeline with your existing taps on it that could be used in an emergency. You would have the new Cascade pipeline that's bringing Tacoma water, And eventually you would have that same pipeline bringing Lake Tapps. So now you've gone from one source of water, Seattle, to 3 sources of water. So it's a lot of redundancy and resiliency in building out this system. You bet.
Councilmember Prim has a question.
Yeah, so the declining block with the Seattle Public Utilities, we wouldn't have anything like that with Tacoma, right? Like, is there a declining block with Tacoma? No, there is not.
So our contract with Seattle is a block contract, so we refer to that as the block or the declining block. Whether we use 1 gallon or the 33 million gallons from Seattle, we pay for the full 33 million gallons. Our contracts with Tacoma are usage-based contracts. So as we ramp up, we will pay less because we'll only be buying maybe 2 million gallons of water from them or 3 million gallons of water. So there's no block that can decline. It's really just the 2 phases of we have a permanent supply of the 15 million gallons, and then we have the temporary from 2040 to 2062 that's the 17 and a half.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. Fascinating, all of you. Brian, a couple questions for you. One, just springing off of Councilmember Prim's question, does Tacoma have any right to terminate that contract for water, that per million gallon rate contract for water?
Gosh, you're testing my memory of our contract terms.
Oh.
You know, I believe, I'll have to double check and we can get back to you. I'm sure there are off-ramps in our contracts for both of us with associated penalties, I imagine. I cannot remember at this point in time. But what I will say is that the reason we have 2 different contracts, one permanent and one temporary, is that Tacoma was comfortable committing to the 15 million gallons for the permanent supply. They, as all of us are, it's hard to imagine what supply will look like 25, 30, 35 years for now. So they were willing to commit to another, to a temporary supply, but for a specific period of time. But what we've talked during negotiations, there's always been discussion about if the supply is there, that there might be room for an extension for that temporary supply.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask a couple questions that I think maybe some of our residents who are watching, listening, or watching later might have. So we know that the water we get from Seattle PUD is Tolt River, well, at least Kirkland, Tolt River water. Famous for being incredibly, pristine, I guess, for lack of a better term. Maybe you wouldn't describe it that way, but sort of famously high quality drinking water. What is Tacoma's water supply?
It's the Green River watershed.
Okay.
Which is basically almost the same as the Cedar River watershed that serves the southern end of this.
Is there a principal reservoir?
I don't think there's a principal reservoir on it. I'd have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. And then are there comparisons, other people may be wondering, are there comparisons between the quality of Tacoma water and Seattle water? Do we have a general sense of?
We actually just completed the first ever study comparing Tolt, Cedar, and Green River watersheds all in one document. It was actually just presented at a recent AWWA conference. I got to co-present on that, so yes, we did that.
Tell us, please.
It is out of the, and I might get the exact numbers wrong, but I believe it was around 20 different parameters or constituents that we checked. I believe 16 were better in the Green River, 3 were equal, and 1 or 2 were questionable whether it was going to be an issue or not. And those 1 or 2 dealt with one particular constituent in the water that is not above any maximum contaminant levels, but is something that Tacoma is aware is in their water and that they want to remove it further. So by the time we get around to this, so remember, we will not have water flowing into our zones until 2040, 2041. In the next 15 years, they plan to do improvements on that.
That's excellent.
I can't speak for them and make them do that, but that's their intent.
A lot of positive indicators in that. Okay. One more question, and this is sort of what can member agencies like Kirkland do to help? One thing I see in that green transmission area is a lot of agencies, a lot of jurisdictions that are not Cascade water jurisdictions. And they may have opinions about transmission lines going through. What can Cascade Water Alliance member agencies do? We know things take a long time. Well, two things. One, we know that one of the biggest drivers of cost increases is sort of siting transmission lines and things of that nature. You get pushback from agencies, you get pushback from residents, you get pushback from businesses, et cetera. And that's why I'm highlighting that we've got a lot of agencies and jurisdictions in there that don't have the same interest that the Cascade Water Alliance members have. So we know that drives cost. We also know things take a long, ideas like reducing some of these regulatory barriers for, take time to sort of socialize them and then make sure the right people understand how important they are and then turn them into actually policy that, becomes a mandate for some of those agencies and jurisdictions. And I love some of the elected leaders in those agencies and jurisdictions. I know them, but I don't really want them standing in the way of what is otherwise a huge, community benefit. So what help can we provide, if any? Are you thinking about that, or?
We are thinking about that. So one of the, I'll call it a policy that we are writing right now, we're calling the partnership policy, where we are drafting and we'll be presenting that to the board. You'll see on my calendar in a couple of slides when we come forward to our board. It's a policy around how we partner with those other agencies. So they are not members of our jurisdiction, as you pointed out. We can't ask them to be members. We can provide emergency interties, which helps their redundancy and resiliency, and we can also do partnerships. So if you're looking at, when we start looking at routing through these areas, right now we're looking at, I'm going to just say mile-wide swaths of trying to figure out what's the route to get through this green area. As we narrow that down, we can go into those communities and say, hey, we're kind of looking at this route, and if they come back and say, gosh, we have wanted a bike trail over here for 100 years, and that provides a clear path for us, we become a partner to them. If we say, hey, we're coming down 4th Street, and they say, you know what, 6th Street hasn't been paved in 25 years and it's really potholed, we can go down 6th Street instead. One of the things that I didn't mention on this slide that I will mention now, we are a large pipe. Most of Kirkland's pipes, and I don't want to speak out of turn here, but I think are in the 8 to 16 range, 8 to 12-inch pipe range maybe. We're talking about 54 to 60-inch pipes here, so we're talking about 5-foot pipes. They take a whole traffic lane to install. They take a second traffic lane so that we can run trucks next to it and haul soils and do stuff. We're going to be very disruptive, so how we find...
That's not going to be popular.
No, it is not going to be popular. But how we find those partnerships and pathways through here, I know there are some King County trails through this area that they've looked at paving. Maybe that's a partnership opportunity. So when you ask how can Kirkland help, as we start to develop this route and develop our program, we will be going to our board and saying, okay, it's time for us to go engage with this community, to reach out here. Who do you know? How can you help us open some doors? How do we find the best path through their community, through their jurisdiction?
Is there anything even bigger than that, like the state saying, listen, when it comes
Yes.
to essential public utilities like this, there's no standing in. I'm not trying to bulldoze my fellow colleagues in other cities, but I'm just saying we do a lot of this where we stand in the way and just drive up costs. And I'm just wondering if there's even bigger ideas that we're thinking about that the state, maybe Olympia says, listen, when it comes to these are essential utilities.
I'm not aware of that type of action going on right now, but it's not a bad idea to start those conversations. The biggest thing that elected officials, in my opinion, can be doing is making sure that at the national level, the WIFIA program continues and gets funding. You'll hear more.
WIFIA.
WIFIA, WIFIA, Water Infrastructure FIA, whatever that is. I will remember that some point. It is a federal program that provides low-interest loans to large programs like this at a 50% level. It can make the difference, not going to steal from our rate presentation, it can make the difference of a point or two on rates. It is one of the greatest programs that we can have for a program like this to continue. It's a huge thing, and every year it comes up for how much money should be in there. So talking to our elected officials and spreading that word is hugely important.
Well, I'm glad I asked. I'm glad you brought that up because that is something that's a conversation we can have with our elected leaders, our fellow elected leaders at the federal level. So thank you.
Okay, I need to do a time check. I love that everyone's so engaged, but we just stopped Brian from doing his presentation. Can we hold questions for a minute? Okay, go ahead.
I'm
We may
happy
have
to
gotten
talk
ahead of you.
all day and
I
night
know.
about this, whatever you guys all want to talk about. I will try to go through these ones quickly so that we can answer
I
any
do
other
have a
questions.
lineup here, so,
I could just say, this is our schedule and move on.
Okay.
No, this is a pretty high-level schedule. The three different colors, purple, blue, and green. Purple is our planning, our PES contract I mentioned earlier with Stantec. That is our program and engineering support contract. Blue is our design contracting, and green is our construction contracting. We're at the very beginning of this program, so we are heavily into the planning right now. And there is a ton of work to do there. In a few years, maybe 2029-ish, we'd look at starting design, and then construction starting out there in the 2032 to 2033 range. The other thing I will point out on this slide is the Phase 2 and Phase 3 at the bottom. Those are very, very high-level preliminary schedules. But the point of showing this is Phase 2 doesn't start when Phase 1 ends. We need to be planning Phase 2 as we are starting design of Phase 1, because we have that declining block. We're going to lose 1 or 2 million gallons a year. We need to keep building this pipeline north further and further so that we don't run out of water and that we can provide water to everybody. The last thing I'll say on this is many times I get asked, when are you going to be in our city? When are you going to be working in our zone? So if you remember back to the map, Kirkland's the yellow, you're the farthest north. We probably would not be building in Kirkland for around 25 years. We probably won't have facilities coming up here until 2050-ish. So don't hold me to that date right now because we're still working on it, but I just wanted to put that out there. Let's keep moving on this. This is our board action calendar. This highlights some of the big items that we are bringing forward to the board. The next ones that you see up there, the board oversight plan. So that is written and in draft form going through our committees right now. And then the other star that's coming is the capital funding plan and the biennium budget process. You will be hearing a lot about the capital funding plan and the biennium budget process at future meetings and throughout your rates. Trying to think if there's anything on here. Oh, the other ones that are coming this year, the land acquisition and a communications and engagement strategy. So those are big ticket items for our board to know how we are engaging with the public through our outreach program, and we have a lot of land to acquire to build facilities like this. I'm just going to blaze through the costs because nobody really cares about how much it costs, right? There's typically a lot of discussions around cost. We talked in the previous presentation about high uncertainty and costs of programs like this. So we are in that class 5 red zone on this slide right now, which means we are in the 0 to 1% definition of a program, which puts us that we could be anywhere between 100% and minus 50% on our accuracy on our estimates. It is a very, very early stage of the program, and so when we talk about costs, we are going to throw out some big numbers. We are going to throw out some big contingencies and some big risk numbers that come along with a program like this. Trying to think what else I want to highlight on this to keep in the interest of time. So we've done multiple costing assumptions, 2 big assumptions that changed at the beginning of this year that we should talk about. Originally, there was thought of purchasing the East Side Supply Reservoir from Seattle Public Utilities. That is a 30 million gallon reservoir kind of in South Bellevue. That is not going to happen. Seattle needs that for their own storage purposes now. That's a huge swing for us to now go out and find 5 to 10 acres and build our own 30 million gallon storage facility somewhere. The second, I mentioned the chlorination facility. When this program was originally envisioned 20-ish years ago, we were going to take the full flow from Tacoma. So that pipe was going to be flowing full. We would not have that chlorine decay that I mentioned before. Since we are taking such a small amount, because we pay for that block, so if we go back to the earlier conversation, the block from Seattle, we pay for it whether we use it or not. We do not want to be then using our Tacoma water and paying twice for water. So we want to bring on Tacoma to basically match that declining block. That means we're going to build this giant pipe and pull a little bit of water through it. So it's going to have a long resident time. We have to do the chlorination facility. And I'll just say there were no maintenance and controls facilities. It was envisioned that would be in a future facility, that we would build this. It'd be new. It'd be working great. And I don't think that's sound judgment to go into something of this size without having spare parts on hand and leaning into that replacement. So with that, I'm going to show the cost, which is a big number. And we are calling this a pre-planning cost projection, which is a mouthful of a title, but it represents where we are. We are pre-planning. We have not figured out a route. We have no design. We have nothing yet. We just know we need to go about 20 miles. We know we need a tank. We know we need these other facilities. So this is pre-planning, and we're calling it a cost projection, not a cost estimate, because you need something to estimate, and we don't have that yet. We broke this into two main sections that you see up there, core components and discretionary components. Core components, think of those as really non-negotiable. We need these to make a functional water system to make this work. That's the transmission pipeline, the storage tank, the rechlorination, and some major permitting fees. So a program like this, we actually have to pay the agencies to do our reviews and go through our permitting. Discretionary components, these are things that would be ideal in phase one. They would help the facility operate, they would help the facility function, and would make a better water system. So that's where we get into the SCADA and the operations building, maintenance facility, and then a potential emergency intertie at Lake Youngs with Seattle so that we could flow water back and forth between our agencies. The numbers are up there. I don't really want to dwell on them, but you guys can ask any questions about it. But we are pre-planning at this point between $1.13 and $1.35 billion for phase one. That includes a management reserve. This gets back to some of the conversations that were in the earlier presentation, that we need to have a reserve. I call them black swan events, but they're the unknown unknowns. Things like COVID. When that happened on a sister program like this down in Oregon, it increased the cost of the program by several $100 million to deal with that. There are things that will happen that we have no idea what's coming in the next 25, 30 years of this program. The management reserve is there to help buffer that and to help try and make sure that happens. So when we come back and talk about rates, you will see that we start building that management reserve every single year. We cannot get to the end of the program or go to construction and say, well, it's a good thing we have a management reserve and there's no money in there. It takes time to build that. We don't want to just say, we want $200 million in there tomorrow. So you will see this small little increment of $5 million, $10 million, $15 million going in every year with the intent of, by the end of our 6-year CIP, so by 2032, when we are going into construction, we would have about half of that management reserve available for those unknown what-ifs. I think with that, we did put some of the questions that were in your briefing just on a slide here, if that prompts anybody or makes you all think of questions, but at this point, I'll just take questions.
All right, I'm going to start with Councilmember Pascal, then it's Arnold and Tim Chizen.
Thank you. Thank you, Brian, James, and Melina for being here. This is a lot to, I think, to digest. I know it's taken me several years to digest what you're presenting in, the last hour or so. It's been a great honor to represent Kirkland on the board this year, but I also served as the alternate for the last 6 years or so. And, we've been talking about this for a long time. And I know I've mentioned this in some of my reports over the last several months that we're talking about $1 billion plus program. And I don't think that really starts to sink in until you start to see the magnitude of some of the things that have to be done here. And it's good to see some of the same questions that are being raised here tonight that we've talked about at length at the board level, because these are all really robust, significant, challenging questions that we're faced with in delivering a program like this. I think the one thing that I would like, so thank you to my colleagues. I think you kind of sinking your teeth into this is helpful, and I think that anything you can share with myself and Mayor Curtis that we can bring back to the board is going to be helpful. The one thing I wanted to just point out for everyone that has watched this is we kind of just jumped right into the supply program. And that's great, but I want everyone to understand that this was many years in the making in terms of determining whether this was the right step and whether now was the right time to do it. And we really weighed a lot of different information and decisions around that, whether to continue with Seattle. And I remember being at those meetings where we talked with the SPU director about these things and the Tacoma Public Utilities director. And we looked at the costs, we weighed the differences and the risks and everything. And I remember being very skeptical that this was the right choice. But I remember the due diligence that the Cascade staff did in this process to lead us down that path to where it was more a clear choice at that point. But I know that you haven't seen that information. That was workshops and those were many meetings, and that was pretty convincing at the time. So I don't know how that information can be shared if you do have questions, but it's really valuable information to see how we reached this decision, because now that we've reached it, yes, there's a risk. There's going to be a risk no matter what, whether we chose a different direction or not. But I do believe it's the right direction. It's a lot of cost, but I do believe we have the right team, and that's why I'm excited to be on the board personally. This is a huge generational thing. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Councilman Pascal. Councilman Arnold?
Thank you. First, and building on to what Councilmember Pascal had mentioned, we really appreciate Cascade's forward-looking approach, the fact that we have been looking at this for years and have had options to look at to say, okay, what's the best option to provide water for all of our residents in the future, and that you're looking 25, 30, 40 years ahead. I think as we look at some of the other utility discussions, we're seeing some spikes in other areas because there might not have been the same level of long-term planning. So hats off to that. As Cascade goes from being a wholesaler that's a partner of these cities to construction, do you have the authority that you need to actually go construct things, building on what Deputy Mayor Black had said? For example, does Cascade have eminent domain authority beyond all the work that you'd want to do for partnerships?
We do.
Okay, very good.
I didn't want to throw that out there, but we do.
Oh, he asked the question in a number of ways. I think that's where he was going. Okay, and then finally, as we look at this, looking long term, I know we want to avoid big spikes. I know you don't know exactly is this what the final costs are. We know it's in the range of $1 billion. I just would encourage, as we look at rates, to say how can we make this not a shock over time, because we are thinking long term. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. So some of this water comes from Seattle and some comes from Tacoma, right? We've been getting water from different places. Is there any difference in taste, quality, chemicals If we start getting water from different places, are residents gonna say it tastes different?
So right now, you don't get.
I mean, I wanna know before it shows up and it tastes.
So the study that I mentioned was a desktop study. We did not go into tasting all the waters
Wow.
at this time, but I will say that Covington Water District, who serves Tacoma Water, just won the best tasting water in the state. So I'm going to give that shout out to Tacoma. But yeah, we can look into that further.
All right, well, I mean, not just taste, but chemicals and purity and those type of things. I haven't seen if there's any significant difference, and if there talked about it, I missed it, I apologize, but I haven't seen if there's any significant difference in purity between Tacoma and Seattle.
Perhaps what we can do is, as Brian said, our consultant finished a study earlier this year on comparing Tacoma and Seattle water and looking to see what would happen if those two were blended. The last thing we want is a Flint-like situation by blending those two sources of water. And the desktop exercise that they did shows that we're in really good shape. And Tacoma water is as good, if not in some cases better, than Seattle. But perhaps what we can do is to do a summary of that blending study and provide it to the board and to the council.
That would be good. Thank you.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because, if we switch one day and all of a sudden our residents are noticing differences, that would be something we would hear about from them.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll be gone. It's 2060, so
Oh,
future council.
all right, well,
Councilmember Prim.
why are we even, all right, never mind.
Well, you never know, right? With technology, maybe we'll all live till 160. Who knows? So one question I had was around just like the funding of this, and would you anticipate that as we're transitioning from the Seattle source to the Tacoma source, like that people are going to start seeing like significant increases in their water bills? I know this is also like, many, many years down the road, but like, how does it typically work, right? Like we've been paying a certain amount, there's this existing infrastructure, and then we have to kind of create a completely new infrastructure. Does that add like a significant premium to what residents will eventually have to pay? How does that work?
Do we want to wait till the next meeting on rates?
You're anticipating our next presentation where we will talk in terms of what this program, getting this program up and running, connecting to the Tacoma system, how that is projected to impact ratepayers over the next 10, 15, 20 years.
All right, wait for that. Thank you.
All right, I think that's the end of the questions, and I was going to ask what's coming for the next presentation, which you just answered. Thank you. So, Brian, do you have a wrap-up?
No, I was waiting for questions. That's
Okay.
my wrap-up.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's all
That's my
good.
wrap-up.
Well, then, council, the last question is, what do you want to see in the upcoming session? Melina did talk about what we're going to talk about. So if there's anything else that you want to know about in the next session, and when is that taking place, Deputy City Manager?
Right now, there is a brief session, a regular council meeting session scheduled for the 16th,
Okay.
June 16th, but I think part of what we want to do is kind of huddle after this and talk about how much time do we need and what's the best way to stage that. So it may or may not stay there,
Okay.
but that's the next schedule.
And my suggestion to council is share questions with staff so they can figure out how much time we're going to need. So, thank you all. We appreciate you coming. So, all right, that concludes our study session for the evening. We'll be back at 7:30 for our regular meeting. Thanks, everybody.
You ordinary crooks. Shame you.
We are back in session following a Kirkland utility rates overview and a briefing from the Cascade Water Alliance on Cascade Supply Plan. We are going to begin with our honors and proclamations. I love seeing so many people in the room tonight. Councilmember Falcone will be reading our Older Americans AARP Month proclamation, and Councilmember Arnold will cover our Mental Health Awareness Month proclamation. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the council. Receiving our proclamation tonight is Joy Stone, who is the chair of the Kirkland Senior Council.
Hi, welcome. Please all join us. All right, Joyce, can I hand that to you, or do you want me to hold it so you don't have to? Do you want to hold this now, or do you want to wait till the end? Okay.
And then I'll get it back. Otherwise, I'll drop my speed.
Somebody join Amy. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Wow, we have a great looking crowd up here with us tonight. Thank you for being here. Again, as the mayor said, I'm Councilmember Amy Falcone, and I'll be reading our proclamation declaring Older Americans Month in May of 2026. Whereas Older Americans Month is a national observance during May to recognize the contributions, vitality, and resilience of older adults. And whereas the United States Department of Health and Human Services Administration for Community Living has led the celebration of Older American Months since 1963. And whereas, compared to surrounding municipalities, the city of Kirkland has the fastest growing population of people over the age of 65, making up nearly 15% of the population in the city of Kirkland. And whereas the Kirkland community becomes stronger and more resilient when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are encouraged to participate in active civic life. And whereas, since 2001, the Kirkland Senior Council, an advisory group established by the City Council, continues to advocate for, support, and create programs and services that meet the needs of older adults in our community. And whereas in 2025, the City of Kirkland officially enrolled in the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities, which encourages communities to focus on and strengthen the features and services that help make communities livable for residents of all ages, from the cradle through retirement. Excuse me. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims May 2026 as Older Americans Month in the City of Kirkland and invites our community to prioritize meaningful social connections with the older adults in our lives. Thank you.
I'll put my glasses on, otherwise I won't be able to read it. Hello. Okay. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and all the council members. The Senior Council works hard to improve all areas of seniors in their lives. Through outreach programs, transportation, housing committees, we really make sure Kirkland is a great place for all seniors. As we grow older, sometimes we don't feel heard or feel like our ideas are important. But you, Madam Mayor, and all you on the council members, make us feel heard and valued as members of our Kirkland community, so I am grateful. Kathy Iverson was on the Senior Council since the beginning, up until including this year. Last week, she passed away at the age of 90. So on behalf of the Senior Council and in honor of Kathy, I proudly accept this proclamation. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh, yeah, I'll take it. First, we'll do a picture.
And we have a special guest tonight. Do you want to introduce her from AARP?
Madam Mayor,
Are you?
I think I
Okay,
have that.
thank you.
Thank you. You'll also be receiving, on behalf of the council, the official enrollment certificate to the network of age-friendly states and communities from Marguerite Rowe, the State Director of AARP Washington.
Welcome. Why don't you come up here? Nice to see you. Come on then.
All right. Okay. Hi, thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Curtis, members of the Senior Council, and City Council members. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Marguerite Rowe, the State Director. This is Heidi Wong, our community engagement, one of our community engagement directors. We represent over 830,000 Washingtonians, and we're so proud that Kirkland is moving forward in the age-friendly. So on behalf of AARP, I'm proud to officially welcome Kirkland to the AARP network of age-friendly states and communities. It's especially meaningful to do that during Older Americans Month, as we recognize the contributions that older Americans make every day. And what is so encouraging is that Kirkland is not starting from scratch. This community has already shown what it means to be age-friendly by helping older adults stay active, connected, and supported. Your senior council is amazingly strong, and we're lucky to have representatives of the senior council on as AARP advocates as well. And they're going to help you shape that vision for what it means to be age-ready, age-friendly here in Kirkland. I also really want to acknowledge an AARP volunteer that is a member of your senior council who's near and dear to us, John Barnett, without whom these things don't happen. Without, John has been the driving force. And let me just say, it's not just in Kirkland and not just in Washington, but also in Washington, D.C. at the headquarters of AARP. So John has long extended arms for all of us. And I just want to acknowledge the Peter Kirk Community Center and the programs like Enhanced Wellness, which is an evidence-based program, and the caregiver support groups that reflect the commitment to supporting healthy aging.
Yay, Betsy.
This is what age-friendly is about. It really is about thinking about what it takes as a community to support not only those who are 50 and older, but those of us who are family caregivers as well. And we're all connected in one way or another. When I think about age-friendly, it's not only the built environment and it's not only the services and supports, but it's really about building community. And it's been really remarkable as a Washingtonian to see Kirkland grow. And I'm so thankful that you're joining our network. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. And there you go. Thank you so much.
Honor, and I appreciate you coming here. I'll take that from you.
Thank you.
Joyce, thank you so much.
No, appreciate you.
Thank you, Mayor Curtis. Thank you.
Oops, I'm trying to go sit down, and we're doing mental health awareness. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Receiving our proclamation tonight is Youth Eastside Services Mental Health Counselor Caitlin Mulligan.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
A proclamation proclaiming Mental Health Awareness Month in Kirkland, May 2026. Whereas Mental Health Awareness Month has been observed since 1949 to raise awareness and understanding of mental health challenges and impacts. And whereas mental health is essential to every person's overall well-being and ability to thrive, yet stigma and systemic inequities affect access to care and support. And whereas nearly 40% of King County residents have reported ongoing mental health challenges, highlighting the urgent need for accessible and inclusive care. And whereas 988, the Suicide and Crisis Lifeline, provides free 24-hour resource that individuals experiencing mental or emotional crises may call or text for support. And whereas the City of Kirkland invests in mental health programs that deliver culturally responsive, multilingual, and trauma-informed care offered by organizations such as For Tomorrow, Asian Counseling and Referral Services, Indian American Community Services, and Youth Eastside Services, which collectively meet the diverse needs of Kirkland residents. And whereas Kirkland, along with Bothell, Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline, created the Regional Crisis Response Agency, a mobile team of trained mental health professionals that provide immediate response to individuals experiencing a mental health crisis. And whereas the city encourages community members to understand and use available mental health resources, including calling 988, the free 24/7 suicide and crisis lifeline, Connections Kirkland, a 24/7 walk-in mental health and substance abuse crisis facility open to anyone, and Washington Warm Line, a peer support helpline of volunteers who provide support and information. And whereas the city honors the strength and resilience of individuals experiencing mental health challenges and recognizes the professionals, advocates, and community organizations who support healing, recovery, and connection every day. Now, therefore, Mayor Kelly Curtis, on behalf of the City Council, proclaims May 2026 as Mental Health Awareness Month in Kirkland and encourages all community members to learn, reflect, and act to support mental health, reduce stigma, and ensure access to care for all.
That would be great. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much, council members and Mayor Curtis. My name is Caitlin Mulliken. I am a behavioral health support specialist from Youth Eastside Services, and I am the full-time mental health counselor at the Kirkland Teen Union Building, or KTUB. I want to start by thanking the City Council for proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month, because it is important to acknowledge mental health as a critical component of wellness and to acknowledge the needs of youth and teens in particular when it comes to accessing mental health services. But beyond just the acknowledgement, the City of Kirkland has demonstrated its commitment to youth and teen mental health and wellness through the creation and ongoing funding of the Kirkland Teen Union Building, where I am lucky to provide low barrier, completely free individual and group mental health services to about 30 to 40 teens each year. It's also where we provide completely free and accessible arts, sports, music, academic, cooking, and life skills programs to hundreds of teens each year since 2024. And though I'm the only mental health counselor there, all of our City of Kirkland staff and our other nonprofit partners from the organization For Tomorrow are committed to ending stigma associated with mental health, and they infuse mental health and trauma-informed care into all of our programs and activities, and how we handle challenges, and how we celebrate successes. And above all, KTUB has become a safe space where teens can hang out and be themselves, explore their identities, build relationships with their peers, ask for help, and I think most importantly, connect with trusted, caring adults. And that, to me, is the clearest demonstration that the City of Kirkland takes mental health seriously every month of the year. So thank you so much. And if you have a teen in your life who could use some of these services, please send them our way. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for all your work.
Absolutely.
Thank you again, everybody. We are now moving on to items from the audience. This is a time in our meeting when we normally hear from the public. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. We will provide up to a total of 45 minutes for our items for the audience, with no more than 6 speakers on a subject regardless of the position on the subject. To address the council during this items from the audience period, please sign up using the online public comment instruction link or the posted QR code in chambers. For those participating by phone, please dial *9 to be recognized to speak. Items for the audience is an important part of our business meeting. We ask that everyone be treated with kindness and respect. Please do not clap or applaud or otherwise openly express your agreement or disagreement with a speaker. When that happens, even when being supportive of a speaker, it can be disruptive of the meeting and discourage others from sharing a different viewpoint. We discourage people from using obscenities and making personal attacks against others. And we ask that you direct your comments to council, not to staff or audience members. In addition, because they can be disruptive, signs and placards are not allowed in council chambers during our meetings, regardless of their content. Kirkland prides itself on being a respectful, welcoming community. We want everyone to feel they belong in council chambers expressing their viewpoints. Thank you. City Clerk, who do we have signed up?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have 5 guests wishing to speak. The first 3, Alicia Ramirez, virtually, Veronica Shakotko on site, and Shushmita Srikant, virtually.
Alicia? Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Council, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. Kirkland is one of the wealthiest cities in the state, yet more than 40% of renters here are struggling to pay rent and are cost-burdened, meaning they are spending more than 30% of their gross income on housing, a statistic which includes my own household. I watch many of my neighbors, coworkers, and friends struggle to make enough money each month to pay their rent, often while working multiple jobs. While Washington's minimum wage is higher than most states at $17.13 an hour, it is still not enough to keep up with inflation and the increasing cost of living. Neighboring cities like Seattle and Burien have raised their minimum wage to $21.30 an hour and up to $21.63 an hour, respectively. I believe Kirkland has the ability, resources, and responsibility to increase the city's minimum wage to match those of our sister cities that have already increased theirs. I urge you to continue on the pathway of increasing Kirkland's minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Next, we have Veronica.
Thank you. Good evening. Mayor Curtis, Deputy Mayor Black, council members, my name is Veronica Shakotko. I'm with the Master Builders Association. We want to thank you for including this check-in on affordable housing fees and revisiting the methodology before it takes effect in 2027. Tonight, we're asking the council to direct staff to bring potential alternatives back for consideration in June. MBEX values predictability. However, we believe there's still time to make positive improvements before these requirements take effect. With middle housing issues now deferred until 2028, fee relief becomes even more important to helping projects move forward. You've heard many of these concerns from our members, both in writing and here. We encourage the council to ask staff to evaluate 4 alternatives. First, to exempt garages, porches, and other non-heated spaces from the square footage threshold. Second, increase the exemption threshold from 2,000 square feet to 2,500 square feet. Third, to credit the square footage of homes being replaced in tear-down rebuild projects. And fourth, explore opportunities to defer payment of fees later in the process, whether that be at certificate of occupancy or through escrow at closing. More broadly, we encourage the council to consider these fees in context of all the other costs that builders face. Affordable housing fees do not exist in isolation. They are layered on top of permitting costs, utility costs, frontage improvements, tree requirements, and other development standards. Our concern is that this continued layering of costs will have a chilling effect and slow the housing production that the city is trying to encourage. We're already seeing this in other East Side cities. We hope you'll provide direction to staff tonight and revisit these alternatives in June. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Shusmita? Shusmita, go ahead. Cassie, is she there? Shusmita, go ahead.
Sorry, I was muted. Good evening, council members. My name is Sushmita, and I'm a Kirkland resident since 2009 who applied this year to serve on the Cultural Arts Commission. I'm here because I believe in this city and in this process. That belief is why I completed the Kirkland Initiative last fall to deepen my understanding of civic service and prepare myself for exactly this kind of contribution. So I was genuinely surprised when following my application, I received no communication, no interview, no feedback, no explanation of how candidates were evaluated. Then I read today's agenda carefully. The council's own procedure allows up to 3 finalists per vacancy. For the Cultural Arts Commission, the ISC advanced only 2. I'm not asking why I was not selected. I'm asking how the process worked, what criteria were weighted most heavily, and why fewer than standard number of finalists were presented for this commission specifically. That is a fair question, and I think the council is the right body to answer it. My background speaks directly to what the commission does. I have partnered with Lake Washington Schools to expand music and arts education for children. I organize Holi, the Indian Festival of Colors celebrations that brings neighbors of all backgrounds and cultures together on Finn Hill. I participate in Microsoft's community theater group built around making live theater accessible to everyone in Seattle. I reviewed the Commission's work, including the 1% for Art program and its partnerships with neighborhood associations, because I wanted to contribute to it meaningfully. This is not a resume, this is my life in the community. If this background does not clear the threshold for an interview, the residents deserve to understand what does. Kirkland says it values diverse civic participation. The commission itself reflects that value in its current membership, and I would be honored to contribute to it. I'm proof that diverse residents are willing to step forward. The question is whether the process will meet us at the door. I respectfully ask the council to share with residents the criteria used to evaluate and advance candidates, and to explain the decision to present fewer than standard number of finalists for this vacancy. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, City Clerk?
We have 2 additional guests wishing to speak, both on site. Loida Hawkinson, followed by Alex Zimmerman.
Loida.
Hi, I want to address the safety projects that are $75,000 that is allotted to the neighborhoods, that they can apply for up to $75,000 for safety projects in their neighborhood. And this was discussed at the last board meeting, or the council meeting. So I had the opportunity to go to the Moss Bay neighborhood. I am a Norkirk neighborhood resident of 50 years, but I got the opportunity to go to the Moss Bay neighborhood. And the issue came up that of the projects, they are number 8. And they asked for $71,000, well within the $75,000. But the up above, Norkirk has been approved, it looks like it approved for $128,000. And their point was, this doesn't seem fair, that Norkirk, and I'm a Norkirk resident, but that Norkirk should not, it's not fair for them to be funded when they will not be. And since I had been to the meeting and I heard the discussion, I said I might be wrong, but I think that all the projects are going to be funded and they'll come up with the extra money. But then it came up that if you are going to apply for more than your $75,000, and $75,000 does not go as far as it did at one time. So I can understand it needing more than $75,000 for some of these valuable projects. But if that's the case and you apply for more, it was brought up that maybe you should go skip the next year of the roundup funding. And this also, I told the Moss Bay neighborhood that that had also been brought up. So I'm hoping, I think that is fair, that starting next year, if anyone applies for more than 75,000, they understand that they will not be able to apply the next year if they are funded for more than that amount. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, Alex?
Hi, yeah. My name Alex Zimmerman. I president of Stand Up America. I candidate for 15 election. I prosecute.
I believe that is a violation of our policies and procedures.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Alex, you need to take another direction.
No, 15 times. What does this mean?
Alex, don't challenge me. Pick another direction.
Okay, no problem, but this is not legal, what is you doing? Okay, no problem. I 7 times prosecute by Bellevue, all cases dismissed. I have 7,000 days of trespass from King Country government. Nobody in America have 7,000 days of trespass. Yeah, it's nothing different because, yeah, I have different opinion, yep, for almost 30 years. So they treat me like an enemy, number one. Yeah, they don't care about freedom of speech. You interrupt me because I'm doing everything legally. Yep, so situation right now very simple. Almost 4 months ago, I give question to Nick Black, Deputy Mayor, in King Country Housing Authority, Commissioner, and Director. Yeah. And I have question in every meeting for the last 4 years. I ask for answer. This is exactly who you are. What is you bring of fascism, what is I call fascism with idiotic face. When you have this brochure, how to judge with the city, you have this. Ask question to council. I ask question 4 months. In every meeting, I ask simple point. Please give me answer. And no answer for 4 months. And I come in every meeting for 4 months. A question to Deputy Mayor, and I'm senior, disabled senior citizen, so you have a month right now. Can you explain to me why you're acting like this? Why you bring King County for last 30 years in #1 fascist county in America? You cannot answer, but you ask. You see, I repeat again for people who don't understand English. Ask question. I did. 4 months, I don't have answer. Can you explain to me what is going on and how is this possible? Who are you? And when you stop acting like American citizen, no, like fascist. Exactly what has happened now. So viva Trump, viva new American revolution, stand up slave and happy cow. And I have question what is absolutely critical. Guys, his important answer from Nick Black, deputy, supposed to be give answer.
Alex, time's up.
Yeah, thank you very much. See you another time.
All right, City Clerk, anyone else?
No additional guests wishing to speak.
All right, we are closing items from the audience. We are now going to move on to our consent calendar. Before we have a motion, I'd like to ask Deputy Mayor Black to present the audit of accounts and to highlight the proclamations we have on consent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. By the way, it's Nick, not Neil. Thank you. Sorry. Got to be lighthearted at some moment. We had payroll in the amount of $7,609,246.96 and bills in the amount of $5,187,799.70. And tonight, the mayor, on behalf of the City Council, will be issuing 3 additional proclamations. First, May 16th through 22 is proclaimed as Safe Boating and Paddling Week, which encourages everyone enjoying Kirkland's beautiful waterways to boat smart, boat safe, and please wear life jackets. Second, May 17th through 23rd is proclaimed as Public Works Week, which provides us the opportunity to celebrate and recognize the vital, behind-the-scenes work of our public works professionals whose efforts every day support the health, safety, and quality of life in Kirkland. Almost always behind the scenes. So really proud of their work. Finally, May is also Building Safety Month, which allows us to highlight the importance of safe and resilient buildings and invites the community to engage with educational activities about building safety throughout the month.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Black. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Been moved by Deputy Mayor Black, second by Councilmember Falcone, to move the consent calendar. Are there any questions, comments, or discussion? Question on the motion to approve the consent calendar. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Consent calendar is approved 7-0. All right, we are moving on to our first business item. Our first item of business is a check-in on the affordable housing requirements in low-density residential zones. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Planning and Building Director Adam Weinstein is going to make the presentation, and staff is looking for feedback on several issues.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Curtis. Good evening, Deputy Mayor Black, and good evening, council members. Good to be here. We're here to talk about the methodology for our affordable housing requirements in low-density zones. I just have about 9 slides. 2 of those slides are just this introductory slide that Cassie will put up in a sec, and then the last slide, which is basically blank. So there's really only 7 slides, and they're really just intended to highlight some of the important things in the staff report. Thanks, Cassie. So this first slide, let's see. Try and move the mouse. Cassie, can you move the slide by any chance? Oh, there it is. Okay. This first slide is really just a context setting slide. We're not here to talk about the affordable housing requirements in our medium and high density and mixed use zones, but want to provide this as context because this is sort of in the background of, I think, the council's decision to adopt new affordable housing regulations in our low density zones. So we've had these affordable housing requirements in our medium density zones for over 15 years. They basically require 10% of units to be set aside. These are really what we characterize as our apartment districts in the city, our natural apartment districts in the city. This is where higher density housing is getting built in the city. So under these regulations, if you are a developer, say, and you're building 5 1,500 square foot or 1,800 square foot family size units, you are required to pay a fee to account for the fractional affordable housing unit that these regulations would require you to provide. That fee is going to amount to something like, again, it varies across the city, right? But it will amount to something like $40,000 or $50,000 per unit, a fee that you will need to pay in lieu of building a unit on site. There are no exemptions for small units. There are no exemptions if you're knocking down an existing unit and rebuilding. So I just want to provide this slide as sort of a comparison to the regulations that we have and that we'll be talking about for the lower density areas. All right, I am not doing very well at advancing these slides. Okay, I think it's just a delayed reaction. So this slide is really just covering our sort of the guiding principles that we developed when we were talking to you last spring about the affordable housing requirements in our lower density zones. So there's 3 key ones. One is basically what I just talked about, right? Ensuring an consistent treatment across different housing types, right? So we have one affordable housing requirement system in place for higher density, medium density, mixed use zones, and then this other one. For many, many years, in Kirkland, continuing actually through today, if you were building, say, 10 or 15 4,000 square foot housing units in lower density zones, you would not need to pay a cent of affordable housing fees or set aside any affordable housing, right? And so our system to date has really focused just on requiring affordable housing set-asides in the apartment zones. Those are the zones that are most likely to actually result in housing that is affordable to the workforce. The second principle is utilizing value from the new density allowances. We talked about this a lot last spring, but really the key here is that under state law, we can only add new housing, affordable housing requirements when we're adding development allowances, when we're creating new development allowances, so things like rezoning areas. And that's exactly what we did in 2025 with our middle housing implementation project. And then the last principle was about middle housing, right? Middle housing is not necessarily affordable housing, but it's housing that is the most accessible to people who are becoming entry-level homeowners, right? And we've made really good progress in middle housing over the years. And so this guiding principle is really about not messing with the good progress the city has made on middle housing production. So we really wanted to craft affordable housing affordable housing regulations in our lower density zones that would protect middle housing. All right. And then this slide is really just to highlight that last point. This table shows our track record on middle housing over the last several years since we adopted major reform for middle housing in 2020. So again, in 2020, we had just a little over 30 units of middle housing that were built in the city. Fast forward to 2025, at the beginning of 2026, over the last year, we produced something like 166 units of middle housing. So we've shown really good progress. Almost every year, the amount of middle housing that has been built in the city has increased. So that's a really good thing. I would compare these numbers to any other Western Washington city. I think they are pretty good. But again, this is entry-level homeownership, or what accounts for entry-level homeownership in the city, and this is really what we wanted to be protective of when we were designing our affordable housing regulations in our lower density zones. All right. This slide here is comparing, it's sort of telling the story of the discussions that we had with you as council in spring of 2025. It shows sort of where we started with our affordable housing requirements in low density zones, what we call the PC guidance option, the Planning Commission guidance option, and then where we ended up when the city council actually adopted the affordable housing regulations in the low density zones. So I'll just go through this and highlight a couple of things quickly. The early guidance was to have some sort of delayed effective date for the ordinance. We ended up adopting a delayed effective date of January 1st, 2027 to really make sure that developers who had housing applications in the pipeline could get a permit issued without having to pay any of these new fees. The square footage threshold, there was sort of a range that we provided in that Planning Commission guidance option, 1,700 square feet to 2,500 square feet. That would be completely exempt from fees. The council ended up adopting a 2,000 square foot threshold. So you only pay fees beyond 2,000 square feet. Exemptions also, that was something that council talked about quite a bit. Small rebuilds was sort of the general guidance for what the exemption should be. What council ultimately adopted, and again, this was also in response to a lot of master builders' feedback as well, was we really adopted exemptions for very large rebuilds, actually. So for instance, 100% of added square footage is exempt if you have an existing house. That means that if you have a 2,000 square foot house and it burns down, or if you just want to remodel it and make it a lot bigger, if you make it 4,000 square feet, again, under this exemption that you adopted, you would not pay any fees whatsoever. So that's a pretty lenient exemption.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but since you're right on this topic.
Yeah.
If somebody builds a 5,000 square, their 2,000 square foot house is torn down, burns down, or removed. If they build a 5,000 square foot house, do they pay on 1,000 or 3,000?
Thanks, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. It would be 1,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, can you go back to, yeah, thanks. Just to wrap up the slide, the set aside, the 10% set aside, very consistent with our other zoning districts. We kept that the same. The in lieu fee methodology, we have a very complicated way of identifying the in lieu fees for projects in medium and high density zones. What council opted for instead was a much more streamlined flat fee of $15 per square foot imposed only on every square foot above 2,000 square feet. And then lastly, the original proposal didn't have really any council check-ins. What was adopted by council has 2 check-ins, and I'll talk about that on the next slide. These are the amendments that were introduced by Councilmember Tim Chizen. Again, calling for 2 check-ins with council. These were adopted ultimately by City Council. The first check-in is the one that we're here tonight to discuss, which is the proposal of alternative methodologies for the calculation of in lieu fees that would look at a couple of specific things, deferring payments of the in lieu fee, exempting the square footage of garages and sort of non-conditioned storage areas, potentially increasing the square footage exemption to 2,500 square feet, requiring that council approve all allocations of the revenue generated by these in lieu fees, and then exempting the square footage of any house that was removed prior to the construction of the new home, even if you're just building a brand new home without any of the components of the old house, like even if you're getting rid of the foundation and all the walls. At the very end of this presentation, I have a slide that goes through these options.
Thank you.
All right. So this slide is, again, just really a summary of what is in your packet, but what we looked at was we compared our adopted in lieu fees to the fees that were adopted in a similar fashion by a lot of our other peer cities. We looked at 4 other cities, our other peer cities. And the main thing I want to point out here is that in every case, the fees that were adopted by these other cities were more lenient than ours. So they impose less of a cost on developers. So a couple things I'll point out. The city of Redmond, for instance, requires 12.5% of units to be set aside as affordable, which is more than our 10%. And they also impose a fee of $30 per square foot starting in 2027. There are no exemptions for smaller units. Sammamish, similarly, they also have a 10% set aside like us. They only exempt housing units that are smaller than 1,500 square feet, so under our 2,000 square foot threshold. And then they impose a quite high per square foot fee of $35 a square foot. And then any rebuilds and remodels in Sammamish that expand the size of the house, again, unlike our policy, are also subject to a fee. And then Bellevue has sort of a complex set of regulations. This is like a subset of Bellevue's regulations, but in many of their zones, when they adopted their middle housing requirements, they allow for the construction of 6 units per lot. Their requirement is that 2 of those units be set aside as affordable units at 60 or 80%, depending on whether they're owned or rented. And then if you are not providing affordable housing units on site in Bellevue in these areas, you're paying $150,000 per unit. So if you weren't going to build 2 affordable housing units on your property and you wanted to pay in lieu fees instead, you would pay $300,000 in lieu fees. I was able to touch base with my colleagues in Redmond and Sammamish. I've also confirmed that there have been no legal challenges to any of the cities that we presented in our staff report, no legal challenges on their affordable housing requirements. There's weird things happening in the housing market right now, so one of the things that I asked my colleagues in Sammamish and Redmond is whether they had seen any changes in permit activity after adoption of these regulations. They are not seeing any right now, but they're watching the market really closely because the housing market is strange right now. All right. Can you advance me? Oh, God, sorry. I don't know why I'm so bad at this. Can you go back? Can you go back one? Okay. All right. So this is pretty much the last slide that I'll go over, and these are the options for council consideration. Mayor, if you want, I can just go through them one at a time and then pause for discussion, if that makes sense.
Let's do that. I think that would be good.
Okay. So. And again, a lot of these reflect also the comments that were made by master builders in their letter, which we appreciate, and Blue Line Group also sent a letter in that raises some of these issues as well. So hopefully these will answer some of the questions that were raised in those letters. In terms of deferring the fee payment, so right now, under our existing regulations, you don't pay an affordable housing fee until the certificate of occupancy. That's basically when somebody moves in. So we thought about other options. There aren't really a lot of other good options beyond that. The other option would be basically the certificate of occupancy is issued to a developer, meaning they can sell the house and somebody can occupy it. And that if the developer doesn't pay it, then the homeowner at that point would likely get a bill for the affordable housing payment. So that would be sort of an awkward thing that would be also awkward to enforce. So that's sort of the first request for alternative methods for the methodologies.
Thank you, Adam. All right, does anybody have any questions or comments on the deferred fee payment schedule? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you very much for the explanation here. I think you've explained it very well, Mr. Weinstein. I appreciate that, and I think that Kirkland is really doing everything we can within reason to time this so that the money, they're not being forced to take a loan against this for more time than is absolutely necessary. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, anybody have objection to defer payment at certificate of occupancy? All right.
All right, so second topic is just the square footage threshold, right? So right now we have a 2,000 square foot threshold. So if you're building a 2,001 square foot unit, you pay $15. If you're building a 3,000 square foot unit, you pay $15,000, right? So the options here are pretty straightforward, right? You would just pick a different square footage threshold. That could be 2,500 square feet, it could be 3,000 square feet, it could be anything really beyond 2,000 square feet or less for that matter.
Thank you, Adam.
Yep.
Any comments, questions on this? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Are we on?
We are on 2,000 versus 2,500 to 3,000.
Was the Planning Commission's recommendation was 2,500, is that correct?
The Planning Commission had there was quite a bit of discussion about the square footage threshold at Planning Commission. I think what ultimately got proposed to you, taking into account the Planning Commission discussion, was 2,500 square feet. But
Okay.
there was a sort of a wide range of square footages they were talking about.
Okay, so it was, all right, that makes sense. Thank you.
Anybody else have comments? Councilmember Prim?
If we go back to the slide with the number of permits that have been issued for ADUs and cottages, would you say, what would you say is the approximate square footage of those issued permits, like on average? Would you say that they're less than 2,000 or greater than 2,000 square feet?
Yeah, I think it's that graph slide, right, Councilmember Prim? So yeah, right now in Kirkland, ADUs are in almost all cases limited to 1,200 square feet, and cottages are limited to 1,700 square feet. You also get an allowance for a 250 square foot garage. So in all cases, cottages in Kirkland are less than 2,000 square feet. And in almost every case, ADUs are 1,200 square feet.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thank you, Councilmember Prem, for that question, and Adam for this discussion. I just have a follow-up question to that. Can you answer that question for a typical like duplex, triplex, and townhomes as well? I know we're not seeing a lot of duplex and triplex. Obviously, that line is pretty close to the bottom there, pretty small numbers, and I don't see townhomes on here. And so I assume that means we're not seeing a lot of those applications. And part of this is obviously to be fair in the inclusionary zoning, but we also want to incentivize more missing middle housing to be built. So I'm interested in those as well. And would the answer be different, not only for what's currently being permitted and built, but what we would expect for typical duplex, triplex, and townhome as far as square footage and garage space?
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Falcone. That's a good question. We have not really seen any standard townhouse projects in our lower density zones. So it's a hard question to answer what would end up getting built hypothetically in the lower density zones. We did actually, as planning staff, just recently visit a townhouse project at the southern side of the southern industrial area in the Totem Lake area. And those are, I think, fairly on the big size townhouses that are a little bit over 2,000 square feet. Those are, I have to say, those are not built in our lower density zones. Those are medium density zone townhouses. The developer told us they did build on the bigger side of those for those townhouse units because they wanted to get 3 bedrooms all on one floor. So again, I think generally speaking, our townhouses are in that 2,000 square foot range in Kirkland. They aren't a lot higher than that, I think, typically. It's not to say that we wouldn't ever see, say, a triplex or probably more of a duplex project get built in Kirkland with big units, but I think that is unlikely to happen. If it does happen, I think the fee that would be associated with that would be fairly modest. I think the square footage would likely be not 4,000 square feet, but probably in the range of 2,000 to 3,000 square feet.
Well, I mean, obviously, we're seeing a lot of ADU and college development, but we also want to see more duplex, triplex, and townhouse development in the city. And it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, your answer to the question, that a difference of either exempting garage space or adding an additional 500 square feet could potentially impact duplexes, triplexes, and cottages, although maybe not ADUs and cottages.
Yeah, so I think what you're asking is, would it be beneficial to townhouses, duplexes, triplex to exempt a garage? Possibly. I mean, it's hard to say, I think. I think what we think about when we think about exempting garages and unconditioned space is that that's what's going to get built, right? So if all garages, say, are exempt, then every developer is probably going to build a really big garage, right, and append that to their housing units, which will not actually probably help with affordability, right? So yes, it might make it easier to build, houses with big garages, but I don't think it will bring the cost of the housing unit down.
But the 2,500 square feet, that extra 500 square feet could potentially be used either for something like 3 bedrooms on the second floor, for having a primary suite on the ground floor, or by having garage space could eat up some of that 2,500 square feet, which could potentially help see more townhomes and duplexes and triplexes.
Possibly, yeah. Again, it's also possible that folks will adjust and just build smaller units, right, in the absence of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilor Pascal?
Yeah, thank you. Could you go back to the slide, the table of the different choices here? Yeah, thank you. Oh.
Keep all the way at the end, Cassie.
Yes, so I recognize I think we're on the second one down.
Correct.
Okay. But I think what you're hearing is there's some interrelation to these, and I guess I want to talk about this square footage threshold for a second, because I mean, the way that I think about this is I really take to heart what the home builders are telling us and what the market's demanding. And I recognize the fact that, not all homes that are going to be built are going to meet affordability requirements, but they're going to provide opportunities for people to possibly move into other affordable units that free up. And so I'm interested in the 2,500, raising it to 2,500 feet, because I was also interested in the exception around the garages. But I see those two things kind of being interrelated, like I think Councilmember Falcone was saying. I like the flexibility of the 2,500 foot exemption, like the master builders was saying, rather than the garage exemption. If you had to choose between the two, that's the one I would choose, because I think that could result in better kind of layout of homes rather than just big excessive garages. So anyways, I just wanted to talk about that because I think those two are related, and that's kind of where I'm coming down on this. And I'd like to see options on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chizen?
Thank you. To Councilmember Pascal's point, if garages, porches, and non-heated spaces were exempted, would that create an administrative burden in defining, would builders be arguing with our staff about what a non-heated space is and what a garage is and what a shed is and what a porch is, and would that create issues?
Thanks, Councilmember Tim Chizen. I appreciate the question. Yes, I think so. What happens is that there are plan sets that are provided, right? And then we would have to look for unconditioned spaces. That's not always super clear on plan sets. That's sort of one issue. I think the second issue is that, again, if there is sort of free reign to build, unconditioned spaces and garages, for instance, what also might happen is that people buy those houses and then they convert those garages into like a man cave or something, or a children's play area or something. They make it conditioned, so that would sort of create awkward and sort of administrative difficulties about how do we are we going to go in and charge people fees once they do that? That seems not a great thing to do. So it would raise questions like that. So I agree. I think the administrative complexities increase with exempting garages and unconditioned spaces compared to just a increased square footage threshold.
Thank you for that explanation. Based on your explanation, I concur with Councilmember Pascal that if we were going to adjust something, I would favor adjusting the square footage threshold as opposed to exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? So Adam, in the packet, you talked about increasing to 2,500 could possibly impact missing middle housing. Can you elaborate on that more?
Yeah, so what we hear a lot, thanks, Mayor. What we hear a lot from developers of middle housing is that they find it hard to compete with single-family developers. We have, in the US, we have decades and decades and decades of culture and financial policies that promote single-family homes, right, compared to other housing. And so in Kirkland, I think that is extreme, right? We're a relatively affluent community, and so there's huge demand for single-family houses. So developers that we talk to who do middle housing often talk about being outcompeted. They cannot pay the same price for land that people who are building big single-family houses can. So a lower square footage threshold is an attempt to sort of even out that scale a little bit to make it a little bit more competitive for people who are building middle housing. I think that would be sort of one of the impacts of increasing the square footage threshold. Again, is it a huge impact? Like probably not, because we're not talking about a very significant fee to begin with, right? 500 square feet, the fee for 500 square feet is only $7,500, right? It's a very small fraction of what somebody pays for a new single-family house.
I had another question, then I forgot it. Remind me, when we go to phase 1 of missing middle housing optimization, what's on the table for phase 1?
What is on the table for phase 1? That is a good question. We haven't figured that out yet, but I think what the council has told us is that they're looking for changes to our middle housing regulations that will have a big impact, that might not have big adverse impacts. A big positive impact on production, but not necessarily big adverse impacts on, say, neighborhood compatibility.
But that will be the time that we will look again at the long list from master builders of their requests, such as
Yeah, exactly. FAR,
ratio,
setbacks, yeah, all those things, are certainly going to be on the table for that optimization project, and that is another time that we can look at affordable housing requirements.
Yes, okay, thank you. So council, I told Adam and Deputy City Manager that one of my goals when we finished this conversation was there was no ambiguity on the direction that we're providing. So I am going to ask us to be specific about whether we want to stick with the 2,000 that was in the original ordinance or enlarge it to 25 or 3,000 square feet. I heard 2 council members say, 3, that they were interested in the 2,500 square feet. So I guess the easiest thing for me to do is ask for a motion and we'll vote on it. I do want to say that I am in the camp of leave it at 2,000 feet and we can look at 2,500 when we do the phase 1 of the optimization, because we will be looking at many things at that point. I do hear and agree with it's a trade-off between 2,500 and what is it called? Unconditioned spaces. Like we wouldn't want to do both. They sort of, it's a double dip. So I would prefer to stay with the original ordinance and then explore increasing when we look at all of the menu of possible things that we could do. So that's where I'm telegraphing where I am. Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for letting us know about this approach. Planning Director, you mentioned our cottages are 1,700 square feet. That's the largest size. And there were more than 100 that were built
last
year?
That's right.
Okay, I want to make sure that I had that right.
Yep.
So given that there is a demand for housing at 1,700 square feet, and we're looking to incent these smaller starter homes, I am in favor of maintaining the 2,000 square foot limit here, 2,000 square foot exemption. It's not a limit. People can build more, but You know, for that extra 500 square feet, it's a $7,500 fee. And I think it would be important to implement this, where this goes in effect in 2027, and then adjust if necessary, if it is having impacts, because we can't go the other way. Once we move it to 2,500, we can't lower it back down. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I had a question for the planning director. So we got a couple of things. This is all time related. We got a couple things on the horizon here. So we have a 2020. Let's start backwards. So we have a 2028 check-in where you're going to come and report to us what are we actually seeing after, I guess, let's say after a full year of implementation. So we've had about a year and a half, or if not 2 years, of sort of long-range forecasting to the building industry. This is coming. Other cities, our peer cities, didn't do that. We did. Then there'll be a 1 year of implementation, and it'll be that 2028 check-in report. That's going to be where you tell us, hey, by adopting this, you guys slam the door on development of middle housing, or we're seeing this trend, whatever it might be. There's that. Then there's the middle housing optimization, and that's on what time frame based on the work program we adopted most recently?
This year.
In 2026. So the one, I guess, we're not going to go back and revisit the timing of the work program, but one of the things is it'll be interesting to do some optimization after we actually had some more data, especially with this introduction of the affordable housing. But we're not going to go back and do that. But I just wanted to understand how that was all going to flow out. So thank you. My computer just shut down. And I did have a couple of notes that I wanted to refer to. So I'm in favor of sticking with the 2,000 square foot. You know, one of the things that I'm reminded of is my wife and I have owned 2 homes in Kirkland. The first one was a 1,500 square foot house that got built at one time in Kirkland, and it was available as an aging, naturally occurring affordable home. You know, one of the things we're trying to incentivize here is that creation of those type of starter homes, and they won't be affordable on day one. We know that, but as they age, they become the 2,000 square foot home that a couple like me and my wife could buy, and that's important to me. And that's why I really, as much work and conversation and debate and discussion that went into the adoption of the 2,000 square foot. I really am not looking to crack the door open to see a larger construction until I have real information about what the impacts of this will be. And I'm also reminded that my wife's and my second home was a 2,600 square foot home with 3 bedrooms. So, you know, what we're talking about is a 2,600 square foot house with 3 bedrooms and a affordability payment of $9,000 or something to that effect. And that 3-bedroom, 2,600 square foot home sold for a lot more than the 2-bedroom, 2,000 version of the time. Let me just put it this way, there was value to be extracted from the fact that it was a 600 square foot bigger than the 2,000 square foot home and it had an extra bedroom. And that's a reality to what we're talking about here. So, and we're only talking about a $15 fee on the overage. So I have more comments associated with some of these others, but when it comes to the square footage, that's what this is where I'm coming down, and this is why I'm really, really focused on trying to foster the creation of those homes that are truly going to be our naturally occurring affordable homes in the future. And I think, again, there's no restriction on a 2,200 square foot home. But there's a fee. There's a small fee associated with it. So thank you.
Thank you. So council, we can stay with the 2,000 square foot that was in the original ordinance that passed, or someone can make a motion for larger and we'll just take a vote.
And I think the vote would be to bring back language for approval.
Thank you.
Actual code language for approval.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion that code language is brought back for 2,000 square feet as well as 2,500 square feet.
2,000 square feet is already in the ordinance.
Yeah, sorry for a clarification on that. The 2,000 square feet is the existing language.
Okay, then I'll move that we bring back language of 2,500 square feet consistent with the Planning Commission recommendation.
Okay. So it's been moved by Councilmember Timpson, second by Councilmember Falcone, to bring back language to explore adding the 2,500 square footage threshold. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Wait. Let's do a voice.
On a motion to bring back code language to increase the threshold to 2,500 square feet consistent with Planning Commission recommendations. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Aye.
Councilmember Arnold.
No.
Councilmember Prem.
Aye.
Councilmember Falcone.
Yes.
Councilmember Pascal.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Black.
No.
Mayor Curtis.
No. Ordinance passes 5-2.
Motion.
Thank you, motion.
Yes, motion.
I was too busy counting. Okay, motion passes 5-2. Thanks, everybody. Oh,
4-3.
4-3? Oh, and I counted incorrectly. Okay,
And just to confirm so that we're clear, Councilmember Arnold, Deputy Mayor Black, and Mayor Curtis voted no.
thank you. All right.
Okay, thanks. So I think we can go through the next couple ones pretty fast. I think we talked about, we didn't probably talk too much about the, yes, we talked a little bit about the exemptions. So basically the options here, right, we talked about how if you're doing a very large rebuild, you get to double your square footage, right, and that's all exempt, right? If your house burns down and you're doubling the square footage, no fees. So the options for the exemptions category would be things like exempting a certain square footage of garages, exempting a certain square footage of unconditioned space, exempting garages completely, exempting unconditioned space completely.
Thank you. Council, anybody interested in changing what we did in the original ordinance? Councilmember Tim Chizen.
No. Sorry, maybe you wanted people only, based on the difficulty with definitions, I think I favor not adjusting this.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, let's move on.
Okay, all right. The next category is credit square footage of homes that are replaced. So this is basically about you're a developer, you buy a lot with a house, and you completely scrape the lot of that house, right? You get rid of everything. There's no foundation left, there's no walls left. Right now, under the existing ordinance, again, sort of the first 2,000 square feet of that new house that the developer builds on that property is exempt. So the alternative methodologies would be things like all of the square footage of that existing house gets credited towards the new house, right? So say it's a 3,000 square foot house that is existing that gets demolished, and then the developer wants to build a 4,000 square foot house. Under the all square footage of existing houses credited approach, the developer would pay fees on 1,000 square feet, the difference between 4,000 square feet and 3,000 square feet.
Councilmember Arnold.
Question that's kind of related. During conversations with council this past week, I had a constituent come up to me that discussed a development in his neighborhood where two adjacent lots were purchased, both houses were scraped, and somebody built a larger house and kind of created what this constituent described as a compound. How would the fee structure work in that particular case? Is it tied to the lot or just the production of housing?
Yeah, Councilmember Arnold, it would just be tied to the production of the housing. It would not be on a lot basis. So again, under the existing standards that council has adopted, only the first 2,000 square feet of that compound house would be exempt. And then that developer would pay a fee on all the square footage above that. Is that what you're asking?
Yep.
Yeah.
If we were interested in something that would assess a fee in the cases to kind of no net loss of housing. Is that something we could add at this point, or are we, is that something that would have to be looked at the next time we are adding development capacity?
Yeah, thanks. That's an interesting idea. I think it's something that we would want to add when we're adding new development allowances. It would be sort of a more, I think what you're talking about is a more restrictive, a more potentially onerous approach to preserving existing housing, which is a good objective. But I think that's something that we want to do in conjunction with new development regulations. And I think we'd like to understand a little more about how that would be crafted as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Weinstein. I have a question related to this. You received some questions from myself, and I think at least one other council member, about, the situation for unintended consequences. Like, what if someone's house burnt down and their house was, say, 3,000 square feet? Could you provide the answer that you provided to council?
Yes. Thank you.
The public, for those listening?
Thank you. Yeah. So you have a 3,000 square foot house. Your house burns down. You want to rebuild it. You rebuild it to 6,000 square feet or less. You don't have to pay any fees.
Thank you. And that applies more broadly than to just rebuilding after a fire, right? That's for remodel, rehabilitation, conversion, or alteration that does not add more than 100% of the existing square footage. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. Does anybody want to change what was in the original ordinance? Seeing none.
Okay. All right. Last category, and this is again the last slide too. So the last alternative methodology concept that was added to the ordinance was ensuring city approval for how collected fees are used. And so I just wanted to review really briefly how the existing in lieu fees that we collect in the city are used. Basically, what we do is we collect in lieu fees that are generated, again, right now in our medium and high density and mixed use zones. We collect those fees, and then they are conveyed directly to the Kirkland Housing Trust Fund that is administered by the city of Bellevue, right? So it's our housing trust fund, but it's the city of Bellevue administers it. And then every year, there is if those funds are being used by Arch presents their proposals for the use of the Housing Trust Fund, and that is approved by City Council or not approved by City Council. And so that's how our existing in lieu fees get approved. I would mention, we have a longstanding relationship with Arch. They've helped us build several hundred units over the last, decade plus. So that's what those funds get used for, and there is City Council oversight for all of that, right? If the City Council said, hey, we don't like the use of these housing trust funds for these Arch projects, you would be able to say, no, we don't want to approve our funds to be used for those projects. So there is a lot of council discretion on how those funds are used. So it was also hard for us to think of other alternative methods for how council would have even more oversight over those funds. I mean, I suppose you could have a resolution every time we collect fund in lieu fees that are then, funneled into our housing trust fund. That's something that would be maybe a little more oversight, but it wouldn't really give you greater authority over how the funds are dispersed.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. Can I see the slide of the original amendment from June?
Yeah, that one.
So, yeah, right there. So the original language, and I don't know that this language is correct. It says require that the city council approve all allocations of the revenue generated by the fee. Is that happening now? Sounds like, or would that happen under this?
Thanks, Councilmember Tim Chisholm. Yes, it would, right? It
Okay.
would be subject to the same process.
All right, well, okay, so, would there be a difference if the money was kept in a City of Kirkland bank account as opposed to, would we have more control?
I don't think so. It's just the city of Bellevue, just, again, they're the keepers of all the trust fund accounts for all of the Arch member cities. So I don't think there's any sort of meaningful difference, whether it's in our bank account or whether it's overseen by Bellevue, but.
The only thing I might ask as a clarification is we, in theory, could have our own process to do project by project type elements, but I think as I understand the benefits of the arch structure is because we're pooling funds, more will get done. So I think less would get invested if we had to do each project individually, because it would just be our funds, where, if I understand correctly, the current process, they put a slate of projects that our funds, you approve our funds going toward, and so if you didn't agree with the projects, you could not approve the recommended projects that Arch was funding. So I don't think where the money resides would make a difference. It would be an entirely new process of how we fund affordable housing if we did it item by item.
My last question. If there was a building in Kirkland that we wanted to buy and we had designs on, as has happened in the past, could our current process accommodate that if the city of Kirkland said we want to use these funds for this building's $5 million, and we believe that acquiring this is what we want to do with these funds?
Yes, we could.
Okay, well, all right,
Councilor Falcone?
sounds good.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think his last question was pretty much my question, but I wanted to first start off and just say that I do fully support us continuing to support work through Arch, and any additional our additional funds would go to Arch and Arch projects. But I had this similar question just about flexibility, not necessarily about purchasing something, but we've talked about piloting other things, such as having a local voucher program to help offset the cost between, the monthly rent between, say, 60 and 80% AMI or something like that, of piloting things such as that with developers. And so just want to make sure that flexibility is built in. Again, fully support us continuing our partnership with Arch, but just wanted to make sure that flexibility was there in case we had a good idea of something that would help get more affordable housing here.
Thanks, Councilmember Falcone. Yes, we have the authority to decide how much to put into that trust fund.
Anyone else? All right, back to you.
Okay. I think that covers it. Unless there are other questions, I think we've gotten good direction from council on what draft code amendment to bring back. I think that'll be a very surgical amendment. It's going to be crossing out 2,000 and adding 2,500 square feet. So hopefully we can do that quickly.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. Council, any further questions for Adam? Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, just one comment. When you do bring that language back, I think it would be really helpful to just have more information also on square footage of townhomes.
Okay.
So outside of ADUs and cottages. So if we're not building them in Kirkland, in other cities, what is the typical square footage for townhouses?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would just add duplexes and triplexes to that. I know sometimes there's overlap in the Venn diagram of the definitions of those, but that would add that too, please. Thank you. And also, not just what's being built, but current and recent permitting, because I know economic conditions are shifting pretty quickly, right? And so be curious not only what's been built recently, but what permits have been submitted as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Last comment. All right, thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to our housing dashboard. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Senior Planner Scott Guder will make the presentation on the housing dashboard update.
Is he teasing you, Adam? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Tonight I'm going to have 9 slides presenting on the city's housing dashboard, some key features of that dashboard, and some observed trends. I will also finish the presentation with just highlighting some new state housing reporting requirements and a collaborative opportunity with the University of Washington. Okay. So the housing dashboard was created in 2022 to help visualize and monitor housing development throughout the city and track progress towards meeting specific housing goals and the effects of changes to housing regulations. It draws much of its data from quarterly development activity reports to council and annual state reporting requirements. One of its main features is a citywide interactive map showing major housing projects in development and existing affordable housing locations. Each feature on this map can be selected to gain additional insight into a project's housing characteristics. Other features of note capture annual completed affordable housing units as compared to the city's 20-year targets and middle housing permitting trends. A new housing slider by year visualizes permitting profiles across all housing types and changes to middle housing permitting in a selected period of time. A couple of trends the dashboard has captured include over 70% of the annually permitted units since 2023 have been multifamily with five units or more, and middle housing permits continue to trend upwards since amending the code in 2020. Oops. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Oops, sorry. Am I like missing these slides? Here we go. Okay, so new state housing requirements for counties and cities are changing the way jurisdictions through Washington need to monitor and track housing production. These new requirements mean much more staff time dedicated to this work, in addition to managing a housing dashboard and other existing reporting requirements. As of April of this year, a new research center out of the University of Washington was created to help governments track and plan for housing in Washington state. Kirkland and Seattle have been selected to participate in developing a real-time housing permit dashboard. These will be the first dashboards that the university will develop throughout the state. This will allow the city to collect real-time housing data and free up staff time for more performance-based dashboard features. Such features may, for example, include, I'd say, a middle housing production heat map for the city, or a growth center housing performance chart measuring against planned capacities. This early collaboration also sets Kirkland to take advantage of the university and its partners' research capacity now and into the future. And additional long-term advantages could include more uniform regional housing data collection and data analysis amongst jurisdictions. And this is my last slide here. In the near term, staff will continue to update the housing dashboard as new data is made available. Staff will also continue to partner with the University of Washington on development of its dashboard and the development of an automated housing-specific permit tracking system. And that pretty much concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Go ahead.
Thank you, Scott. You had a slide that had the housing targets at different affordability levels. Would the future dashboard be able to show progress against those? Because we have a lot of information around total affordable housing production, but it'd be interesting to see how we're making progress, especially in the more challenging categories.
Yeah, so that is probably one of the major features that we will want to update, not because it's not going to be tracked through other reporting requirements the city is going to need to make to the state and the county, but also it's a feature that is missing from the housing dashboard right now. it doesn't give us the level of nuance as to like what type of affordability levels are we actually achieving. This can help us also have more intelligent discussions regarding, you know, discussions we just recently had on affordability levels.
Great, thank you. And then the data on the dashboard right now is from the end of 2025.
Yeah.
Your presentation said it gets updated quarterly. When do we get to see the first quarter?
Well, the affordable housing, the affordable housing data generally goes, if it's identified as 2025, it's data that's we're collecting from April of one year, the previous year, all the way up to, let's say, April of this year, but we call it primarily 2025 data because most of that permitting data existed in the year 2025. So it does capture some permitting data into 2026, and that varies. That's also present in our middle housing permit tracking. That goes up to the March of this year. That one shows that it's going almost up to 2026. It's just a different reporting mechanism. The numbers that we're collecting for the state generally identify this as the previous year, even though it might be tracking into the first quarter of 2026.
Just a clarification, Councilmember Arnold, I think your question was when will you see the next update of numbers? Is that right?
That too, yeah.
Yeah. In terms of like most of the dashboard, it's updated annually. So 2020 is like overall city annual data would be collected and reported on this time next year for 2026 for the complete year. That aligns with the state reporting requirements that are required to be given to the state in April of this year, any given year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for this presentation. I do love our housing dashboard, so exciting to see an update on that. As you know, I sit on the King County Affordable Housing Committee, and one of the discussions we're currently and recently have been having is looking to what that 5-year check-in is going to look like on our affordable housing needs. And some of that discussion has been around, you know, how are we going to give cities credit for participation in programs such as ARCH? And so have we thought about how we can present that on our own housing dashboard, where Kirkland has invested in affordable housing in other local jurisdictions that are not contained within city boundaries, but is still work that Kirkland has done through funding. Just looking ahead to that those conversations are going to be had in the coming years, I think it might be helpful to have something reflected on our housing dashboard about the investments or the impact of the investments that Kirkland has made through ARCH as well.
That's certainly a great addition to the housing dashboard, yeah.
Yeah, I can just chime in, Councilmember Falcone. So yeah, to be really clear, there is a countywide planning policy that explicitly gives us credit for funding that we funnel to projects in other cities. So that is definitely something that will be part of the 5-year check-in. Good point as well to how to think about how we present that on the dashboard.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the conversation is, you know, how are we going to get credit for that and what's that going to look like? And so any way that we can help our case and demonstrate that we are doing our part that way, I think will help us in the check-in. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just one point of clarity, King County also requires us to report to them, and we collaborate, us and ARCH provide them information annually as well. So that'll be part of that annual reporting requirement, getting up to that 5-year check-in.
It is. And just to add to that, the purpose, you know, would that's the impetus for my thought on that, but I think it also would be helpful to the public to see the investments that we're making with their tax dollars for regional affordable housing to really help address this growing need. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Scott, I'm super excited about the Housing Policy Center collaboration. Do we have, what does that look like? What is the timeline? What does that look like? How is that going? When can we see something?
Yeah, they're really excited about it. They wanted to start working on it right away. Right now, we're working with legal right now to come up with a data sharing agreement, which will be the first step. So we've been exchanging emails on that subject. But they're pretty optimistic as to like in a few months they were saying that they wanted to get the dashboard going. I'd hesitate that would be that would be probably the optimistic timeframe, in my opinion.
Okay, but we'll look forward to you coming back and showing us the fruits of the labor.
Yeah.
So, okay. Thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you, Scott. Deputy Mayor,
Sorry, I didn't get my hand up in time.
you didn't.
I did, but you turned right, and it was too late. But thank you. I do want to emphasize how excited I am about more frequent updates to the dashboard. One, our dashboard's great, and we can always look to improve it. I don't want the Housing Futures Center to be the reason that Kirkland doesn't continue to have a strong transparency and a strong dashboard. I don't want to adopt somebody else's platform. It turns out it's not as good, even though I think the Housing Futures Center is going to be an amazing resource for all the cities and the state. It's going to be great to have real-time data. Because so much of these discussions, this actually goes to my point about why I think it's important that to see the dashboard updated more regularly, is we're so often sort of stuck as decision makers. Whether you're a state legislator or you're a city council member, you're stuck in the world of anecdotes. This is slowing, that's slowing, this is speeding up, that's speeding up, this is having this a consequence or that consequence. It's so important that we have this information regularly. It's great for our community, it's transparency in that, but it's also super important for decision makers. Otherwise, we are sort of, a battle of anecdotes and a battle of, a conversation I had with one person 2 weeks ago and another conversation I had with somebody yesterday. And so it's super important, I think, for decision makers across the state and for city councils and for our council here to have, terrific data about what we're actually seeing from housing production in the city of Kirkland, in particular, affordable housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to be back at 9:12. We are back from our break. I'm going to be honest with everybody. I just got news that a friend passed away. So I apologize. We are now moving on to ESRI Parking Map Viewer Pilot Project. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Giving the presentation tonight is Transportation Planner Kimberly Scrivener, and at this point, staff is looking for feedback, so we'll have a series of questions at the end. There are a number of staff here also available to answer questions from IT and from Public Works.
Great. Thank you, Deputy City Manager, Mayor, Council. Tonight we're going to be talking about the Parking Map Viewer Pilot. I'll give a little bit of background, give you a demonstration of the tool, and just ask for some feedback. We always like to share how our work is implementing our plan. So this is in line with our Transportation Strategic Plan goal to manage parking and vehicle networks. We've been doing a lot on parking since the recommendation from Council in 2022 to take a closer look at technology and parking management. From that recommendation, we installed sensors in our downtown study area. And the rest of these topics, we will have lots of time to get into at the June 16th study session. I really look forward to talking with you about that more. But tonight, we'd like to focus on the live parking data that essentially uses that sensors to provide parking information to the public. The sensors were installed in the downtown business district on street, in the Lake and Central parking lots, and in the Marina lot, also known as the Lakeshore lot, and then in 2 waterfront lots, the Marsh Park and Houghton Beach parking lots. In last year, we presented to Council the first pilot version of the live parking map through a company called CurbIQ. They helped us with, not just with the live parking map, but with assessing the parking data that we brought back to Council earlier that year. But when the feedback from Council was to look at some better visualization tools. And this is my opportunity to really talk about the folks that really did most of the heavy lifting and the work on this from our IT and GIS departments. I get to share with you a very fun tool, but all of the work really, our IT team worked with our sensor vendor, 11X, to integrate the data and to sync it with our system and with the ESRI Velocity license. And then our GIS team put together the map. So I'll call out Andre Simmons, who's online, to answer any questions. Bobby Hune and Joe Neville. Joe Neville, in particular, did a lot of magic with this. So, once we hear back from you, we look forward to posting this online with the objectives of providing better parking information to the public for their user experience, reducing our reliance on our vendor, establishing a platform that we can scale. It was very difficult working with a previous vendor. They have, their platform is deployed in many cities, and so to make changes, they had to agree to change their whole entire platform, whereas here, when it's in-house, we're able to do what we want and work directly with our own teams. We are hoping to pilot this out and provide some opportunity over the summer to gain feedback. And as long as we have the sensor data, we'd like to keep it going. So for reference, our current map that we have online now is the CurbIQ map. We currently pay $20,000. It does include some analytic tools that we're not using right now. And then I mentioned the high vendor dependency. And the ESRI map viewer, it uses an existing license that we're already paying for that was brought on to for our fleet division, specifically the snowplow tool that they have. So I'm going to start the demo. I'm going to stop sharing, but I would encourage you to interrupt me while I'm going through the the demonstration with questions, and because we're basically asking you what more you would like to see. The goal tonight is to basically to make you happy. Stop sharing. I'm going to bring up the platform, and then I'm going to reshare. All right. Cool. Okay. Just for a quick reference, the map that we are using right now, there's just a summary of the stalls and the lots. The data on street uses lines. I'm not going to spend any time on that, but I thought you'd like to see it. But our internal map, so this is the ESRI viewer. As you open it up, we will, every time this is opened, we have the splash screen that reminds people not to use it while driving a vehicle. Sometimes the settings for these can be turned off the first time you use it. We're requiring it to show every time. It shows the parking. It'll scale out to show the entire area that we currently have parking sensors, and at the bottom you'll see a total. These donut shapes, these essentially aggregate the parking data that you can see at a glance. And then as you zoom in, you'll just see more of the donuts. Just essentially, it's just an aggregate tool as you zoom in and out. Once you zoom in a little further, you will see the detail of the parking data. In this map, there are a number of tools up the top. And I'll just go through a few of them. If you are interested in looking at just ADA stalls, for instance, you can use the filter button and filter just by a certain stall type, even EV.
Kim, you said interrupt, so Councilmember Prim has a question.
Yeah.
Just wanted to know if you can save the settings. So like now if I come back tomorrow, like I wouldn't want to, like I usually, when I go somewhere, I usually know what kind of parking I want. I want like a 2 to 4 hours. So is there a way to just save the preferences so that?
That would be something we would have to bring back to our IT team to see if that's available, because you would have to somehow be able to save it for yourself as opposed to just opening up a web viewer. And I should clarify, this is just through a web viewer. It's not through an app, but it is being customized to be able to pull up in an app. And I don't know, Andre, do you want to address that?
Hi, good evening. Yes, unfortunately, no, there is not a way to save your preference as of right now. Perhaps in the future that could be added, but we don't have a way of implementing that as of right now. And the other thing that Kim said, that it is a web-based application, so you won't be downloading an application onto your phone. This is fully done through the browser, either through desktop or on mobile.
Okay, thank you.
Once you zoom in, the stalls that have vehicles in them have vehicles in them. They're occupied on the ground. It's updated every minute. I'll go back up to the top where you have one more version of the legend. If you zoom out, that legend will change back to what you're looking at, whether it's a zoomed out donut version, that aggregate version, or zoomed in. There's also a layer where you can turn on and off the occupancy data. And I'll just pause here for a second without the occupancy data. We've been working very hard, and like I said, our GIS team in particular, to try to differentiate the different stall types using symbols so that we're not just relying on color. And a lot of work has gone into this, making sure that both the colors and the symbols comply with web accessibility. The short term, the 15 and 30 minutes are symbolized by a little timer, the load zones with the yellow arrows, and ADA stalls by the wheelchair person.
All right, Kimberly, I have another question, but first I have to say, this is really cool. All right, Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And ditto, it is really cool. So thank you, Kim, and the entire team for this. Couple of comments and a question. I really appreciate the easier user interface around the disabled parking stalls in particular. I know that's feedback that I had given last time we had seen some sort of interface, so thank you for that, as well as the bicycle parking, the EV parking, or EV spots, so thank you for that. The question I have is around the disabled spots and the parking stall types that are displayed there too, with those circles being time limited of 2 or 4 hours. Can you remind me of the time limitations for disabled parking spots in the city of Kirkland? Are those are extended to some extent, if I'm remembering correctly, and maybe even don't have the time limit? And if, go ahead, please.
Sorry to interrupt you, Councilmember Falcone. People with ADA placards do not have a time limit. And anyone with an ADA placard can park in an ADA stall, which in and of themselves don't have a time limit, but they could park anywhere in any stall with an ADA placard for free. So even if it's a paid stall, and they don't have to worry about the time as long as they have a placard.
Thank you. That's my understanding as well. And just for maybe people who are out of town or aren't, who do have a disabled placard or license plate but are not familiar with the city of Kirkland's parking regulations, I think it's a little bit confusing that the disabled spots look to have the time limited visual on it. So we may want to change the look of that to not be the circle or whatever it looks like for that, just so that folks are clear that, and maybe even a hover over node or something just to let people know about that might be helpful for, again, visitors who aren't familiar with our parking policy, specifically for the disabled parking.
Great.
Thank you.
I will note that you can click on any stall and it will pop up whether the type of stall, and we can add the more specific time limits to it. The green circles are meant to show vacant, and then if you were to turn off the occupancy, the ADA is meant to be just the wheelchair.
Gotcha. I thought it was the circle, looking at the parking stall types that say the white circle 2 or 4
But
hours.
if that's confusing, we can look into that.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And thank you, Kimberly. This is amazing. I know you were wondering how, as the colorblind representative of the council, how I felt about this. And I just want to say this is so much better. With all due respect to the vendor, their platform just relies way too heavily on color and the wrong colors, frankly. So kudos to the team that's put this together. I love the symbolism, the symbols. I love the greatest reliance is on symbol, which is so much more powerful than color. And then when there is color, like you said, for most folks in my condition, somewhat lightheartedly, I say, these colors are easy to distinguish. I love that, by the way, that we're actually seeing cars come and go as we sit here and talk. That's pretty awesome. I just wanted to clarify a point that was made earlier, and then I'll stop. I think what you were saying, Kimberly, is that it's obviously not going to be an app. It's going to be a web browser, but it's being optimized for viewing on your browser on your phone.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that'll be important, of course. Thanks.
Councilmember Tim Chizen?
Thank you for this very interesting presentation. Is this the correct meeting to talk about how we promote this? Or you want to talk about stick to this technical aspects of this?
This is absolutely the time we can talk about promoting it. I do plan on addressing that in the next steps at the end.
Sorry. All right. Go ahead.
All right, Councilmember Prim.
I should have said that this is an amazing interface, like the first thing I should have said that. So I just want to say that. This is super cool. I wanted to ask, like, I understand that it's going to be optimized for a web browser, but is there any thought of maybe making it into an easy to use app? It's just, and maybe this goes into like the marketing of this, and maybe that could be like a phase 2. But is there any thought of doing that potentially?
This is based on an ESRI browser that, an ESRI license that we have that's web-based.
Oh, I see.
So we would want to look at other tools for that. The sensor, our sensor vendor has developed a separate app. It would look different. So at this point, we're not recommending that. We'd be happy to bring that back if that's of interest, if an actual app is.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
needed.
Yeah, it's not like required or anything, but just I was just curious. But thank you, appreciate it.
Kimberly, before we move on, if you hover over the bike parking, what do we see?
It's just a symbol there.
Okay.
We don't have
So we don't have a lot of detail on
a
that.
lot of detail. We could add the number of bike parking racks there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be helpful.
One thing I will add is that this also includes our camera technology, or our cameras. So this will actually show our live camera feed, which is very fancy. And potentially in the future, I'm kind of excited that one day we might be able to add transit information and that type of thing. That's kind of the benefit of the customization in-house. Okay, any
other questions?
All right, I'm gonna go back to going back and forth between sharing and not sharing. The last thing I'm going to talk about are next steps. I just have to figure out how to share again. Maybe Cassie, can you help me with this, please? Oh, there you go. Thank you. So from here, we'll take your recommendations, finalize the map, make sure it's optimized for the phones, and launch it on our webpage. Our plan is to start engagement with our downtown businesses, with the KDA, the chamber. One thing that we've talked about in the past with a previous viewer, and we have had some conversations with businesses so far, is providing QR codes for menus or a smaller, something that they could put in their doorway or offer to people, even maybe little cards or something with a QR code on it. Different ways that the business community can engage. And then through those direct conversations, I was joking around that Jen Davis Hayes is about to be my new best friend. And we plan to put a little comment box even on the webpage itself just to provide feedback, make any changes over the summer, and another time we can talk about any future analytics that we may need for our parking program.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chizen.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, great ideas. Is there a possibility of having signs with this to get to this information in our downtown?
We've talked about that. Some of the places that we've talked about are putting signs on our pay station and even some A-frames in the parking lots as a kind of a launch.
Yeah, I mean, I would favor signs over, in this specific situation, I would favor signs over outreach. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with that. I think the more we can get the idea of the QR codes, the more we can get the QR codes in shop windows, shop doors, on some of our utility poles, if that's a possibility, and on our pay stations. I think, and what would be great, I'll just say, in addition to a QR code, also just a really short message, save to your browser, or here's how to save, because it's going to take you to your browser on your phone. Not everyone I know in my family, extended family, knows that they can save a browser site to their browser and have it almost like an app-like experience. So think about sort of what that might look like. I think that would be really powerful. Yeah, and I'm really hoping that the business community partners with us in getting information out, whether it's, again, QR codes on their windows and shop doors, or whether it's cards in their restaurants or shops. And then I totally agree with Councilmember Tinches, and I think signage is going to be the most important thing to get the uptake. Thanks.
Thank you. The city manager also noted one thing he has asked us to do is begin conversations with private lots to see if they want to purchase sensors and get it on it as well.
That'd be cool. Anyone else? Nice job. Good job, Andre. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great
Thank you,
feedback.
Kimberly. All right, we are going to move on to item 9D, which is our last business item. It's approval of the Interview Selection Committee's interview candidate recommendations for the 2026 Board and Commission's annual recruitment. Deputy City Manager.
I believe that the city clerk is going to,
We love when she presents.
yes, going to pull up a few slides to summarize the recommendations for your discussion.
First, lower the podium.
I'm 5'2" on a good day, depending on how I do my hair. Okay, well, only 3 slides today, and I'm actually going to turn it over to the ISC to present, since this was in fact a product of their work, but I'm here to progress the slides as needed. As you know, we are at the juncture where the ISC did convene, not once but twice, and they did evaluate applications, and they have put forth recommendations for those candidates to be interviewed according to each board or commission.
Okay, thank you. Anybody from the ISC would like to speak to their recommendations? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll get us started if you'd like. Well, first of all, appreciation to the clerk's office for all the hard work that goes into our boards and commissions application process and preparing the whole council, but particularly the ISC for this process. And the work's not done because you've got the interview nights that we got coming up too. So just thank you for all the work so far, and also thank you in advance for the work that's coming. And also thank you to my fellow members of the committee, Councilmember Prem, Councilmember Falcone. A lot of work goes into reviewing all the applications and doing it thoroughly, and making recommendations that we feel are the right recommendations for the council as a whole. I want to share a little bit with my colleagues sort of where my focus was, and it's not going to be new for those of you who have been through this process with me before. Really wanted to see a demonstration by the applicant that they had invested a goodly amount of time, a reasonable amount of time in researching the role of membership on the particular board and commission for which they were applying. I will say a lot of great effort was put in by most of the applicants. And so, thank you to everyone. I should have said that at the outset. Thank you to everyone who applied. Thank you for all the engagement and the interest in volunteering for the community. And thank you to those who did that effort to really understand the nature of the role, the nature of the commission. And that kind of also goes to demonstrating that reasonable understanding of the role which they're applying for. I don't think anyone applying for a board or commission for the first time is necessarily expected to be an expert on what the role of a, transportation commissioner is, but demonstrating a real commitment to that level of understanding, and then putting a reasonable amount of effort into their application, demonstrating how they will approach the role, a little bit about how they'll make judgments, and that they'll be open-minded and thoughtful participants in the process, because that's an important criteria too, is, you know, if you're applying for the Transportation Commission, you don't know what issues the Transportation Commission may be facing. And so just being open-minded about that and learning from your fellow commissioners, learning from the community, learning from the professional transportation staff. I was looking for that too. So, and then of course, in the back of our minds, or at least in the back of my mind, I shouldn't speak for my colleagues yet, but I think in the back of our minds is always that we're all going to have a chance. The full council is going to have a chance to interview these individuals, get to meet them, get to know them better. So that's a little bit about my thought process as we're going through this, and I guess I hope my colleagues like the results of the hard work. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I would echo everything that the Deputy Mayor said. Certainly, you know, looking at the quality of the applications is the #1 consideration, making sure that folks have general values that align with the city's values, and also really looking for folks with a variety of perspectives, right? I know myself, and I feel that the other 2 members of the interview selection committee really put a lot of thought into making sure we have diversity of perspectives, of life experience, because the goal is to really have a balance of different voices on each of these boards and commissions. So that's certainly something that I think of as well. And I also want to say this is, again, thank you to everyone who applied. This is one of my favorite things, you know, getting to read about in the applications and hear about in the interviews. Just so many amazing Kirkland community members who want to volunteer, want to give their time and talents and perspectives on this. And so we want it to be a positive experience for people. I know as council, we really enjoy getting to know folks more. And it's always a night that, you know, I leave feeling just really inspired by our community after the interviews. So I'm looking forward to these interviews. I know that it takes some time. We tried to be as efficient as possible in who we were recommending. Again, really with an eye for quality of application and a variety of perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said. I mean, I want to thank everyone for applying. I know it takes a lot to fill out the application and to really think about not just the role itself, but what experiences you may have and bring to the commission. So I really, really do appreciate all the work that went into these applications. When I'm evaluating the applications, I really focused on just the quality of each of the responses for the questions, and really looked at whether or not the individual looked at what would be required from the role, and also what unique experiences they could bring into the role, because I do also really want to emphasize that bringing a variety of thoughts and ideas to the commission really does make the commissions better ultimately, and then ultimately it makes us better as a council. So, you know, and at the same time, I do want to remind folks that, you know, this is not the end. We still have the whole interview process left, and the interviews will be a very, very important part and opportunity really to understand each applicant's qualifications and communication style, and how they will ultimately contribute to the commission. So the interviews will be a very, very significant portion of the process that all council members are going to be involved with. So thanks
Thank you
again. Yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, just really short addition to what has already been said. And thank you again to my colleagues on the committee for their thoughtful comments. I just want to emphasize 2 things. One, I hope everyone who applied, our council has always been really clear with applicants who are not selected for interviews or ultimately not selected for position. It's really important that folks apply again. I hope everyone who applied knows that we appreciate their interest, and everyone should, anyone and everyone should consider applying again. And then second of all, I did want to emphasize, and I think Councilmember Falcone hinted at this, we were cognizant of just how the time and effort that goes into the full council interviewing this number of applicants. And so we did have to make some really fine distinctions to get this to a slate that we thought we could manage in, it's still 2 evenings of the council's time. a supplanted study session and another long evening. So, you know, just understand that that was part of the thinking too, is how can we put the best slate in front of our colleagues that's going to use all of our time the best? Thanks.
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor, were you appointed to your first application for a?
I was an alternate.
So, all right. I want to thank the interview selection committee. It's good work, and it's hard work, and so I appreciate all that you did. I appreciate the revision of the schedule to try to take advantage of the study session, and I appreciate you increasing the length of time that we spend with our potential planning commissioners. I think you did a great job pulling this slate together. So, would anybody like to make a motion? Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Would you prefer it be one motion for both the candidates and the schedule?
Yes, please.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt the recommendations for both interview candidates and proposed interview schedule proposed by the interview selection committee.
Perfect. Second. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Councilmember Prim to approve the committee's interview candidate recommendations and interview schedule. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Pascal?
Great, thank you. Yeah, I just want to echo my colleagues' comments. I was really encouraged by all the applications that were received. There was a lot this time, and that was great to see, and appreciate the ISC's work on trying to really limit that down. I know it's hard decisions to make when you have a lot of really good candidates. One of the areas that I was really looking at was the Planning Commission in particular. Just because we know that that's a really important and complex, they really focus on really important, complex issues across our city. And one of the things that I was thinking about was that we were losing a respected member of the business community that sat on our planning commission. And that's why I was encouraged to see Ken Oberman apply. And I was kind of surprised that he wasn't recommended for an interview, given his strong background and demonstrated willingness to serve the city. And also that he was a graduate of the Kirkland initiative, which I believe I've heard that we really try to favor candidates that have gone through that process. So that was on my mind. The second thing that was on my mind was one of the public comments we heard earlier this evening from Shushmita Shrikant. She applied for the Cultural Arts Commission, and I noticed that there's only 2 people recommended for interview there. She's also a graduate of the Kirkland Initiative and has demonstrated her involvement in the community as well, and I was impressed by her application. So, you know, I recognize we're trying to keep the list tight, given the amount of time, but I'd like to make a motion to amend. I'd like to make an amendment to the motion to add Ken to the interview list for Planning Commission and Shushmita to the Cultural Arts Commission.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilmember Pascal, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen to amend the original motion to approve the interview selection committee and add Ken Oberman for the Planning Commission and Shumita, apologies Shumita for your last name, missing your last name, to the Cultural Arts Commission. Any discussion? Deputy Mayor.
Just a question for staff. I don't have the schedule in front of me. I hope you have it memorized or you have it in front of you. What we're talking about adding is 20 minutes to the Planning Commission interviews and 10 minutes to the Cultural Arts Commission interviews. Are those on the same night or on different nights?
I don't have it with me. However,
It looks like your deputy does.
They're the same night.
And is that, I'm sorry, but this is an important follow-up question. Is that on the study session? Because we have no extra room on the study session night, but.
No, it is not on the study session.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. While I appreciate Councilmember Pascal putting a suggestion forward, I think one of the things we ask our interview selection committee to do is to narrow things both in time and in expectations. And as I looked through the packets and checked, especially with the Planning Commission, I think they drew the line in the right spot. Because often it's not just, well, what about this person? It's like, well, this candidate has very similar qualifications to this candidate and this candidate. So it doesn't become just add one, it becomes, boy, you're adding 3 or 4. And one of the things on the Planning Commission that just want to be clear about is that Commissioner Rosman, who's retiring, her experience is specifically in the building community. And I think that's was super valuable. It's unfortunate that we didn't have a candidate with similar background. I would not put, with all due respect to Mr. Oberman's business experience as a technology manager and salesperson, as having skills that fit and replace what Commissioner Rosman does. So as I looked at the different qualifications, I agree with the commission's or the committee's recommendations on potential interviews. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, the question is on the motion to amend the original motion to add Ken Oberman to Planning and Shamita to Cultural Arts Commission. Oh, Deputy Mayor, did I miss you?
No, and I was also looking at Councilmember Prim.
Yeah, I just had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a parliamentary question.
Okay.
I know.
Fine.
Not for you, though, for the, get ready, City Attorney.
All right, I'm going to go to Councilmember Prim. Don't put pressure on me right now. I might cry. Okay, Councilmember Prim.
Okay, my question is kind of going back to the scheduling. So practically, if we were to add 2 more individuals to the interviewing, to the interview process, could we do it in the time allocated, like what we've allocated, these 2 days? We would not be able, so what
Well, we
what
would
be
have to,
required?
we would have to extend day 2 by 30 minutes.
Extend day 2 by 30 minutes.
Yes, 20 allocated towards the Planning Commission candidate and 10 allocated towards cultural arts.
Okay, so what time would it start and what time would it end? The day 2?
Currently, day 2 is set to start at 5:30 and end at around 9:25.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Here's what I was thinking. I'm just going to share my thoughts with the colleagues. I still stand by some tough decisions that the ISC made on the Planning Commission drawing the line. We did offer 3 for interview. I will admit that I think it's a little bit more of a, I think the case is a little bit stronger for adding a 3rd to the Cultural Arts Commission interview. It's not as big of an impact on time. It's also 3 for 1 adult vacancy, and I was wondering what it would take to divide the question.
I'm always ready for questions, Deputy Mayor. You would just ask to divide the question, and then it would be divided.
And does that require a second?
I don't believe that it does.
Okay, then if my colleagues will entertain this, I would like to divide the question, have a vote on the Planning Commission and a separate vote on the Cultural Arts Commission.
Does he need to make another motion?
No, he just requests to have the question divided.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a couple of thoughts related to this. We do have precedent even elsewhere on this slide for not having 3. I believe our policy is up to 3 per vacancy. For example, the Design Review Board, where instead of you're interviewing 6, we're interviewing 4, or recommending interviewing 4 for the Design Review Board. So if we're going to be consistent with the rationale for just having 3 per vacancy, I think we'll need to add more than just the 10 minutes. We probably need to propose additional interviewees for the Design Review Board, if that's the rationale. And I think it also adds a little bit more than just the interview time allotment. There's a little bit more discussion with the chair, on each candidate. There's a little bit more discussion in our deliberations and considerations, plus the, the back and forth. So I would guess it would probably add more like 45 minutes. So we're probably looking at past 10 o'clock if we were to add both of these interviews. Thank you.
And just a clarification, sorry, you do need a second, but no debate.
Thank you. We'll go
I'll second Mr. Black's.
to divide, okay,
Yeah, that's fine.
all right. Do you have comments also? Go ahead.
I do. If we have an hour allocated to the planning commission, I would have no objection to shortening interviews to 15 minutes each. That way 4 people would be within the hour.
All right. Anyone else have comments? Okay,
I,
go ahead. Were you
oh,
done?
no, me.
Well,
Oh, sorry.
Councilmember Pascal, if you would accept a friendly amendment to your motion, I would,
Sorry, I'm sorry to jump in. Can you vote on the question
right,
to
okay.
divide the motion and then do it? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we are going to vote on the question to divide the motion to add Ken Oberman to Planning Commission, Shemita to Kirkland Arts Commission, moved by Deputy Mayor, no, I'm sorry. Dividing is moved by Deputy Mayor, second by Councilmember Tim Chizen. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Now, Councilmember Tim Chizen, what was your friendly amendment?
my friendly amendment was to reduce planning commission interviews from 20 minutes to 15.
May I recommend that we vote on whether or not you wish to add these to the candidate list and address the scheduling question later?
Yeah.
Good
I'll withdraw
idea.
my,
Thank you. All right. We have now divided the Pascal amendment. We are going to talk about the split, which is adding Ken Oberman to planning. Any discussion? All right, I'm going to weigh in that I support the original ISC recommendations because I know they were thoughtful and there were reasons on why they made the choices they did. And as Councilmember Arnold said, it's where you draw the line. And if we add Mr. Oberman, or were there other people, I don't feel good about this. So I am going to be voting against this motion. So the questions on the motion, whether to add Ken Oberman to the Planning Commission, all interviews, all those in favor, please say aye.
aye.
All those against?
No.
No.
Can we do a show of hands?
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. So the motion fails 2-5. Okay, the question is on the motion of adding Shemita to the Cultural Arts Commission. This one also makes me nervous. Shemita did come forward. She advocated for herself, which I respect, but we don't want to start setting a precedent that people come to council and self-advocate because we should provide that opportunity for everyone. So I will be voting against this motion. So the question's on the motion on whether to move Shemita forward or on the Cultural Arts Commission. All those in favor? Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Let's show hands. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's, all those against?
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, I'm going to vote in favor of adding to the Cultural Arts Commission.
So we have 4 ayes. All those against? Motion carries 4-3. All right. Question is on the original motion, amended motion. You guys are testing me. Which is the amended motion to approve the ISC recommendations with the schedule. All those in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry. I want to speak to the motion.
Go ahead.
Partly because I didn't get to speak to the last one. I was hoping to speak to the question on the Cultural Arts Commission, but I'll just make the point now because I'm going to vote in favor of this, is that I appreciate Councilmember Falcone's point. It's a good one. But ultimately, we are interviewing 4 people for 2 slots. We have potentially 2 additional candidates to slot into an alternate. I do think there's a difference between that and a single vacancy, so.
Thank you. All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, City Clerk, City Attorney, for your help on that. We are done with our business items, and we are now moving on to council reports. I'm going to start with Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So a few things to report, mainly thank yous to staff and the community. The first, all of us were able to attend the Community Appreciation Night. It was an amazing event. Loved seeing all the members of the community turn out for it. And it was a great opportunity to be able to thank so many volunteers that we have who volunteer for the city communities, city of Kirkland. So thank you to everyone, and a big thank you to staff. I know I have some sense of how much hard work goes into putting on that event. I probably will never fully understand the amount of time and effort that goes into that. So I hope, I'm looking at Deputy City Manager Lopez, I hope you'll make sure that the entire team, I think I can speak for everyone, how much we appreciate the hard work that goes into that, because it's a really wonderful event to show our appreciation for volunteers for the city, people dedicated to building community in Kirkland. One quick comment on the Eastside Transportation Partnership. We met on Friday, last Friday, well, I'm sorry, 2 Fridays ago. I think Friday, May 8th, whenever the heck that was. And I just wanted to note that the letter to Sound Transit in support of the 4-line was finalized, was approved, and I have every reason to believe, I'm looking at Councilmember Arnold, that I have every reason to believe it's been delivered. And if he has any more information on that, he'll let us know. Okay. But I wanted my colleagues, at the last conversation about this, there were still a few small edits before finalizing. I misspoke and said it was been finalized. It now has been officially approved by the ETP and has hopefully been sent. I have no reason to believe it's not. On Saturday, May 9th, Councilmember Tinchizin and Councilmember Pascal had the wonderful honor of helping to cut the ribbon at Taylor Field's installation of the new turf infield at 2 Little League or junior softball and baseball fields at Taylor Fields. It was a wonderful event, attended by what are, true volunteers, people, parents, and others who are giving their time for nothing to provide a great team experience to our youth. And it was wonderful to see that and to see them come out and see the hard work that they put into both securing the funds and doing the installation of the turf infields there, and what it means for those softball and baseball players to be able to get more games in and more practices in. So that was wonderful. That was followed immediately by conversations with the council, where I was joined by Councilmember Arnold and Councilmember Pascal. This was my second one, and I think we were joined by about 15 members of the community. And just want to sort of say again how wonderful those are, and appreciate all the hard work that staff, particularly Luana Hancock, puts into making those a success. The last thing I'll mention is I had the honor of representing the city of Kirkland on a panel hosted by the King County Department of Community and Human Services regarding the siting of crisis care clinics. And Kirkland was invited to talk about our success in having successfully sited or having a crisis care clinic sited in Kirkland. And what was great was I got to talk about some real metrics related to that success, one of which is the percentage of people coming into that facility who are from Kirkland. 2 out of every 5 individuals being served at that facility are residents of Kirkland. More than 3 out of 5 are from within 5 miles, and that's with a single crisis care clinic in the entire region of its kind. And as these crisis care clinics funded by the county levy that was approved by the county taxpayers a couple of years ago, as those start getting sited, we're going to see that that effect of really serving the local community even more emphasized. So super excited about that. The city electeds who were the audience for that panel were really, really interested in our experience and our success and what it meant for an increased level of service for behavioral health in the Kirkland community. And that is the end of my report. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal?
Thank you. Attended the Washington State Transportation Improvement Board meeting last week in the city of Chelan. At the meeting in May, we always approve the grant program amount to be funded for the state. That was $150 million that we approved. Those grant applications are due beginning of August for all agencies or cities across the state for improving their transportation system. I'm meeting tomorrow, the Active Transportation Safety Council's meeting tomorrow. We're doing a deep dive into e-micromobility. The Washington Traffic Safety Commission office is putting together an educational guide, which I think will be really useful for agencies and communities across the state, creating greater awareness of the topic and rules and regulations and so forth. And then we are going even deeper into some of the different policy issues and potential solutions that we could be recommending going forward to the state legislature. So that's something, if we ever have questions about that or want additional information, I think the Traffic Safety Commission is a great resource for that, because I know we hear a lot about that from our community. And I'll be happy to share some of those. Really great graphics and other kind of visuals and illustrations to help educate people. So I can forward that along to the council and Public Works team, because I think you all will be interested. Last, the Cascade Water Alliance. I'm glad that you all were interested in the presentation today by the staff. The Cascade Supply Program, I think, is probably pretty eye-opening, that it's just how big of a program that is. And things are changing pretty rapidly. And so, it's hard. It takes time for, I know myself, just being on that committee and the board, just to stay on top of what's going on there. So if you have questions, I know Public Works staff can answer that. I'm happy to give updates. It's just, I guess I'd want to know a little bit more if what you would like to have. If there's missing information or anything like that, be welcome to kind of forward that along. But we're going to be voting, I think, or approving the board oversight program, like how the board is going to oversee the supply program, because all the board members have similar questions and concerns, I think, that all of you all raised tonight. So that's that.
Thank you. Councilmember Falcone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I had a long list, but in the interest of time, I'm going to shorten it down to two that I'm prioritizing. One is the Seattle-King County Board of Health. We had a great briefing at our last meeting on preparations for that public health has for the World Cup. We've heard a lot of updates on issues related to transit, public safety, business community, and hotels. And I want to assure my colleagues, as well as the public, that there's a lot of work being done to prepare for public health. You can think some of the things you may have already thought of, right? Like different germs coming in, but there's also other things, concerns for preparation for if there's some sort of disaster, caring for health, just cultural understanding of our healthcare system here, how to navigate that, making sure that our hospital emergency rooms aren't inundated with people with a cold, for example, and just and education to the public around what to do with different health needs in preparation for the World Cup. And then secondly, we'll be having our first meeting of this calendar year of the Affordable Housing Advisory Board's legislative work group that I sit on next week, and we'll be discussing potential ideas for advocacy this year. So if you have any ideas related to affordable housing in the state legislature, please let me know so I can bring that forth to that group next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Prim.
Yeah, I just wanted to also just mention the Community Appreciation Night. It was a fantastic event. So thank you to the staff for all the great work there. I also attended last week the South Rose Hill Neighborhood Association and the CAN Association meeting. Really engaging discussions. It was great to meet all the neighbors and have some really good get some really good feedback on some of the thoughts that individuals have on how the city should move forward. So it was really fun. Then I also attended the Sound Cities Association PIC meeting. I know we're going to talk about this a little bit later today about the sewer fee increase by 12.75%. We actually worked on a letter to send to the utility, God, why am I blanking here? It's a little late here, but we wrote a letter to basically kind of fight against this 12.75% and specifically mentioned a second affordability summit within the letter so that more discussions can be had around how we can move forward to address this 12.75% and see if there's a way to lower that fee by a significant amount. Yeah, and that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arnold.
Thank you. On Friday, May 15th, I testified on behalf of Kirkland before the King County Transportation District. This is the county council acting as supervisors of their transportation benefit district. They are considering a sales tax increase by that district, and thanks to previous advocacy from SCA at PIC and by the deputy mayor, we've been talking about including a share of that money to go to cities for transportation purposes. As you might expect, the sales tax collected by the county is predominantly collected in cities, and while the county has a definite need, especially in rural roads, so do we. And as things evolve, it has gone from no pass-through to details of a 12.5% pass-through. The transportation district didn't take a final action, but they are converging on something that will benefit Kirkland and other cities. Also on that morning, I attended the Peace Officers Memorial Day ceremony at the Kirkland Justice Center. The chief made remarks and the police honor guard presented a wreath and playing of taps, recognizing the fact in 2025, 111 peace officers nationwide gave their lives in the line of duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm.
Thank you. Over the past 2 weeks, I umpired 2 games. I was asked to ump one tonight and turned them down. I attended the Community Appreciation Night. Thank you to Jim Lopez and all the staff. Wonderful job. Really, probably the best attended event we've had in my tenure. I attended the Taylor Field AstroTurf unveiling with my colleagues, Deputy Mayor Black and Councilmember Pascal. It was great to see Kirkland Little League add those fields to their active ball fields, and it'll reduce rainouts by a lot. During March and April, we have too many rainouts in our league. And then lastly, I attended the Domestic Violence Regional Task Force meeting, and we had a very interesting discussion about firearms surrender rules. When somebody is convicted or charged with a domestic violence crime or a domestic violence protection order is issued against them, the judge issues a order to surrender firearms. And depending on what court you go to, depends a lot on whether that firearms order is actually enforced effectively or not, or the person just keeps their firearms. That's something I'll be bringing up during our criminal justice meetings in the future, but it sounds like some courts are effectively enforcing that through mechanisms. And And, when you make me go last, I feel like you're all staring at me and wanting me to stop. So, thank you.
Thank you. Also, shout out to Community Appreciation Night. So I just want to do a special shout out to Councilmember Arnold. He is our secret weapon. He's heard me say that a lot this week, but he did an excellent job following up Deputy Mayor Black at KCTD. Thank you so much. And Councilmember Arnold has been our our Kirkland representative at all of the Sound Transit meetings. And his advocacy has been appreciated and acknowledged by the community leaders, the Sound Transit Board, and so thank you, sir. You've done a lot, and I appreciate it. So, Deputy City Manager.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
one thing I wasn't sure if you were going to bring it up.
I was leaving it to you, and I forgot.
Okay. The Puget Sound Regional Council is having its General Assembly on May 28th. The region will be adopting the Regional Transportation Plan. We need to select an official delegate.
Deputy Mayor Black and I are supposed to be there. I don't know if anyone else is registered, but I may be called to a Sound Transit meeting that morning, so I would like to recommend that Deputy Mayor Black is our delegate. Are there any objections with council? Congratulations.
Thanks.
All right, Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. We do have a few items under City Manager's reports. The first is we're bringing back the Kirkland minimum wage legislative request memo. And Economic Development Manager Jen Davis Hayes is here to make a brief presentation.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. We are here to talk about the LRM to explore a Kirkland City minimum wage. And so right here, we can go to the next slide. So this was a council request by council members Falcone and Tim Chisholm to look at what it would look like to have a minimum wage here in the city of Kirkland, and how that would also impact, community members and businesses related to this. I'm going to see if that's delayed to turn. Can you go to the next slide? Sorry. Thank you. So we came back with 4 options. And of course, we always have a take no action option. As I spoke to some consultants about how to best proceed, one of the things they did talk about, there were a lot of other cities, or there are several other cities in the region that have gone through this, and a lot of studies about this. And so use some of that information to develop some of these options. So the second option is to basically advocate with other, either directly to the state or with others in the region, to look at increasing the minimum wage at a statewide level, or for regions that are higher cost, such as King County. The third option is to look at hiring a consultant to conduct a literature review, and again, looking at not our peer cities, but cities that have had increased the minimum wage in the last 10 plus years, and being able to explore the economic and social impacts. And having that information, then we could determine the next steps the city council would like to take if that option is selected. And the fourth option is to hire a consultant to do more robust research. So again, beyond the literature review, we could look at doing more analysis of Kirkland's economic landscape, talking to businesses, doing outreach to these other cities, and looking at what the next steps to actually potentially implement this that may be required. So looking at, again, the timeline for those, obviously the option D would take a lot longer. Option C is looking about 2 to 3 months, and option B would be a little bit longer term to implement. Any questions, comments?
Any questions for Jen? Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
On option number, Charlie, are you merging, is it going to be the same consultant as the economic LRM proposed by Councilmember Pascal?
Yes.
Okay. Would this increase cost significantly, or can we, I mean,
We're looking at adding about between 7,500 and 15,000. So again, we haven't scoped everything out, so we can look at that range for adding the minimum wage piece.
okay, thank you.
Councilmember Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Thank you for bringing this back, by the way. Thank you for the thoughtful response. In the memo, under the box that says stakeholders and outreach, it lists Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Association, business owners, low-income workers, and other jurisdictions that have adopted or considered local minimum wage standards. Under item D, I don't see low-wage workers or minimum wage workers listed there, so I'm not sure why that was dropped from that, but in my mind, that's a pretty important piece of this.
Agree.
And so wanted to raise that. And then also, for either one, C or D, that could potentially be wrapped into the economic analysis study that I know we're going to be considering next. It does talk about a review of peer city experiences. And then in the memo for the next agenda item, it lists Bellevue, Bothell, Redmond, and Issaquah. However, the original LRM asked to look at jurisdictions within King County, including King County unincorporated areas that have either adopted or discussed changing the minimum wage. So I just want to make sure that those would be included, not necessarily in the larger economic study, but in the minimum wage portion of the study if we were to combine those two studies.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification. So we would look at, and I guess peer, we should remove peer out of this, these options here, at the cities that have adopted a minimum wage. So that would not be the peer cities that we're looking at for the economic analysis.
Yeah,
It
I'd
would
be interested in those that have adopted a minimum wage, but have that also discussed it in any way. So maybe they have discussed it and decided not to, or
Okay.
they're currently discussing it, and kind of what are they currently discussing? So, thank you.
Councilmember Arnold?
Thank you. In looking at the differences between C and D, Jen, the timing of 2 to 3 months, is that designed to piggyback on the economic development study?
Yes.
And would that allow us to have information in time for our budget discussions?
Yes, that's what we strive to do for the economic competitiveness studies, to ensure that that data is available for you while you're deliberating the budget this year.
I think that's really important, so I think that's where I am supporting option C, but there are pieces of D that I think if we move forward would be really interesting. The additional business outreach, the development of a roadmap and things like that. Could that happen separately if we decide to move forward later so that we still get the information in C in time for our budget deliberations?
And so when you say later, meeting within the same scope, or once you review the literature summary?
It could be separate. After we review the literature.
Yes, of course, yes. I think the idea is that the literature review summary would provide information, and then City Council would decide, okay, now we want to look at these other steps.
Great. And then I also support Councilmember Falcone's point that we really do want to hear what's happened when Tukwila, Buran, Renton, SeaTac that have adopted ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tim Chisholm?
Thank you. I support Councilmember Falcone's points. They're very well taken points. I think at this point, think that option C would be the most time efficient and cost efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Based on what I heard from Councilmember Arnold, I think I'm in lockstep with him with the idea that, and frankly, what I've also heard from Councilmember Falcone and Tim Chisholm, which is that C gets us information quicker. I like the idea that we're going to have preliminary information quickly that we can then decide whether we want to act on separately and do a deeper dive with, on a minimum wage. In the meantime, we have the results of the economic competitiveness analysis, and we can start making decisions based on that. I would just echo what I've heard. I think making sure that we are looking into the findings from the county council's increase in the minimum wage in unincorporated King County. I just want to emphasize that because we keep saying it, but it hasn't. Okay, just want to make sure that's getting in there. And then if we do take a deeper dive, I fully expect us to do that communication with low-wage workers in Kirkland. Overall, what I'm looking for from this ultimately is striking the balance between economic impact and really economic benefit with social benefit, so that looking at the system as a whole, we're benefiting the most number of individuals working and providing services to people in Kirkland. So I'll be looking at it through that lens, and to the extent the results of the preliminary or the deeper dive, if we go that route, to the extent we can really suss that out, I think that's going to be really important. Thanks.
All right, I have Councilmember Falcone, then Prem, then Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I first have a clarifying question, and then would you entertain a motion? Okay. So my clarifying question is around the part of C that says, and return findings to council for consideration of potential next steps. I think it would be fruitful for us to ask the contractor to provide what some of those next steps and options would be in the report that they report back to us, just for efficiency. I think that would be really helpful so that we're ready to have that conversation in the same meeting that we receive and discuss the report. So I would like to note that as I'm getting some head nods, so thank you for that. With that in mind, I'd like to move that we adopt option C.
Second.
All right. It's been moved by Councilmember Falcone. I heard Deputy Mayor first, sorry. To move forward with option C. Any discussion, Councilmember Prim?
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, like just between option C and D. So a literature review, if you were to, versus a more in-depth analysis that's described in D, if you were to grade from A to F, right? Like what the output of this research, like how much would we really get out of a literature review?
Right. It sounds like it may just be, it's giving you a summary of what's happening. But I think there's been a lot of, again, we did not dive into doing a lot of research on this yet, right? But a little bit that I've done and talking to some of the consultants, there's been a lot of studies and analysis done over the last 10 plus years, including with the University of Washington's Evans School of Public Affairs and lots of other entities that have looked at in depth the economic and social impacts that here in this region, the cities that have passed it and what's happened. So I think the information you're going to get from that, again, I don't know what that is right now, but the nuances and the complexity that exists in this field, you'll be able to better understand it to say, okay, let's dive in and see what that may be for Kirkland, or again, don't know if the result is uncertain one way or the other, that is a benefit or a detriment. So it'll give you some more knowledge, and then you can decide if you want to invest more resources into diving into Kirkland specific.
Which would be D?
Yes.
Okay. I think the thought then is also if we could double click on the timeline, like a literature review to me should not take 2 to 3 months. I think we should be able to push for a much quicker turnaround time so that we can see what the results are, and if they're not helpful for our budget discussions, then we can quickly pivot to D.
Can I just add a quick comment on that? I think the efficiency that we get is having the same consultant do both, but to get the competitiveness study done in that timeline, a lot of that work will have to be done first because there's a lot of data crunching in that. And so I don't know that by the time we get them under contract and get the competitiveness going, that the results would be available much sooner than the 2 to 3 months. we could see what we could bring as two separate pieces, but there's a fairly big piece of work, as we understand it, on the economic analysis. That's part of why we're trying to get these started quickly.
So the 2 to 3 months is not just the minimum wage research, it's a combination.
Right, if we did it alone, we might be able to accept, but it's having one consultant do it and look at it together is kind of the economy that we hope to accomplish.
Okay.
Both
So
in
we would have the
price and
full
in time.
package, and then only at that point would we see whether or not we would want a deeper dive into the minimum wage portion.
Right, and I think the suggestion, consistent with Councilmember Falcone's comment, would be one of the deliverables we would have them do is describe what a deeper dive scope of work would be, more in-depth economic analysis of the details behind Kirkland, a much more robust outreach, which is what adds a lot of the time as well, is the outreach piece. But to try to move ahead is when they bring that preliminary information, have a good sense of what the scope of a deeper dive would be, so that when you have the conversation, you'd have the information to say, yes, we want to invest in the deeper dive and get them moving.
Okay, all right, okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Pascal.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to go on the record again that I said this the first time, that I don't think this is the right time to take on minimum wage, but I know that I'm in the minority on that, and since we're moving forward, I think it is smart to do the research and the evaluation and get the data. You know, I'll be supporting C. I think that was the motion, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, I will be interested in seeing kind of what that bigger, deeper dive is, particularly around the outreach side. Like, that's what I think is really key, and we're not going to be able to do that in 2 to 3 months. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Tim Gison?
Thank you. I will be supporting the motion. I would just note that between 2020 and 2026, the consumer price index for the Seattle area went up by 31%. And during that same time period, our minimum wage increased by about 26%. So we've talked about raising the minimum wage, but in my viewpoint, at a minimum, it needs to be readjusted to keep pace with inflation that's been very high over the past 6 years. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the question is on the motion to move forward with option Charlie, moved by Councilmember Falcone, second by Deputy Mayor Black. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. All righty. Deputy City Manager.
Thank you. Economic Development Manager Jen Davis Hayes will make a brief presentation on the scope of work. I think for the sake of time, I might just summarize that 2 amendments we would make to the draft that was in there is on the minimum wage. Paragraph at the end would be to add the list of who the peer cities are for the minimum wage work, and also make clear that they should return with a scope that if we wanted to do a deeper dive, what would it look like and what would the cost timeline be?
Yes. All right. Thank you. There we go.
Oh,
Exactly.
Jen, they want you to skip the presentation.
Oh, okay. So just go to, oh, good.
Great, Mike.
I'm ready. We're done.
Okay, saved you some time. Those of you that asked to skip the presentation, would you like to make a motion? Would you like to?
I think we just really, I think you could kind of do this as head nods unless there are any other comments aside from those 2. If the scope looks consistent with what you're expecting. You know, the ultimate contract will be longer, but this is what we'll ask the consultants to propose to.
Yeah, you got to skip the presentation. You don't get to leave the podium. Jen, will you stay, please? Any questions for Jen before we do some head nods? All right, so everybody's fine with what was in the memo? Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
How many times
I
have
know,
we done that
but
tonight?
I think we're nodding our head that we're fine with the way it was described by Deputy City Manager.
Okay,
Okay, just want to be clear.
everybody
Thanks.
good with that?
Yes, great.
All right, thank you. All right, we are now moving on to 10-2B, correct?
Yes, 10.
B2.
B2, I believe. Thank you. So in the packet was a draft letter to the King County Council regarding proposed 2027 wastewater treatment rates. She's gonna do it, okay, great. And so one of the things that we want to highlight is this is a very rapidly developing situation. And so a couple of things we've become aware of in just the last few hours is some other letters from our regional partners as well. And so I believe Councilmember Prem is going to suggest or to make a motion to amend the letter. And if I could, once you have a discussion, I can talk about, I think, why staff supports that amendment, given some recent information in terms of how we're actually positioning the letter.
Okay, okay. Councilmember Prim, why don't you make a motion to move the letter and then make your amendment?
Okay, I make a motion to move this amendment to the sewer letter.
Been moved by Councilmember Prim, second.
Sorry, first you're moving to approve the letter as.
Correct.
To approve
Correct.
sending the letter.
Yeah, and also I was going to have us vote on it. Okay.
So I make a motion to move to approve this letter.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Prim, second by, I almost called you Deputy Mayor.
Not yet.
Councilmember Arnold to move forward the letter. Any discussion? Councilmember Prim.
Yeah, so I want to amend this letter. I do appreciate us putting in the 10.75% as like a modest decrease in the proposed 12.75%, but I still think we're very much far away from what I would consider as affordable. I still think that this 10.75% increase is a fairly large jump for our residents. And I understand that the 10.75% was proposed by other cities, I believe including Seattle, but this may be something that Deputy City Manager, you can speak to. But I think all because other cities have proposed a certain percentage does not mean that we need to propose the same. I think the reality is our residents are already dealing with rising costs in many different areas, and even a slightly smaller double-digit increase will still be felt by households across Kirkland. So I do believe that we should continue to advocate strongly on behalf of our community and really ask King County Wastewater Treatment Division to do better than the 12.75% for sure, but also the 10.75% that maybe other cities are proposing. Which is why I have proposed this amendment. It sends a pretty clear message that we do want the division to really make every effort possible to reduce the impact of these fees on our ratepayers.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'm going to give it to Falcone. Okay, it's been moved by Councilmember Prim, second by Councilmember Falcone to amend the letter as shown on the screen. Deputy City Manager.
Yes, we wanted to just, subsequent to the letter being included in the packet, which was several days ago, we had a few pieces of information that actually came to our attention today. We were able to get information on letters from a few other jurisdictions, which did not specifically call out the 10.75%, but more importantly, literally an hour before the study session, we received a copy of a letter that was sent to the King County Council, copied to the City of Seattle, who had sent one of the letters that was in the attachment, talking about both the 12.75% and the 10.75%, which, given that those numbers had been responded to by the county, I think this is actually a better way to showcase the key points of the Affordability Summit and some of the other regulatory issues that are there. So while we were trying to have this consistency, I think the events kind of took pace, and that makes this, I think, much clearer at what the city's interests are to do the 10.75%, but include this language.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to quickly speak in favor of the letter and this amendment, and just again highlight that Kirkland has been a leader on this issue of utility affordability. And I think it's important that we send a letter, of course. And I also think what I like about change is we're focusing the wastewater treatment division on the affordable issue. And this is a drum that we're going to have to keep beating over and over again with all of the decision makers and all the utilities to sharpen pencils and focus on affordability for Kirkland residents and residents of the entire region. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments? Question is on the Prim amendment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Question is on the amended letter, and my only comment on that is John Taylor is leaving King County, so we should probably CC his interim replacement. Question is on the amended letter. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Amended letter carries 7-0. Anything else?
I'm sorry, just a quick check-in on calendar updates. I'm going to ask the city attorney to pose a question related to the affordable housing information that we're going to bring back.
Sorry to delay things a little bit. Tonight, you directed staff to come back with proposed language to increase to 2,500 square feet, which would be changes to language adopted in Ordinance 4905 that have 2,000 square feet. That would be slightly delayed if we have to go bring a public hearing before the Planning Commission. As an alternative, I wanted to see if council wanted us to bring the public hearing to the city council so that you could swiftly take up that action. And so if you do want to do that, the code basically says that it goes to Planning Commission unless otherwise directed by city council. So we want city council to make a motion to bring that public hearing before them.
Council thoughts, Deputy Mayor?
Will you entertain a motion?
Sure.
I'm not going to phrase this properly, city attorney, but
I would
would you like to phrase it for me, and I'll
I would
move
love
it?
to do that since it's late. I would have the motion be that the city council assigns the public hearing for modifications to ordinance 04905 relating to the square footage to the city council itself.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Deputy Mayor Black, second by Councilmember Falcone, to move the public hearing to City Council. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of other council things. I apologize. I just wanted to give you an update that, as I believe you're aware, the LDS Church has accepted the offer, which means they've sent us a purchase and sale agreement, which we've reviewed, and we're in the process of refining. The intent is to bring that to the June 2nd meeting for council's consideration. And so I just wanted to make that council update. And also, given that we're taking the June 2nd study session for the interview process, some of the study sessions that are on the council calendar are in flux to make sure that we get things in the right order. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that we'll be making some changes as time goes along.
Deputy Mayor.
Question for you, Deputy City Manager, related to, it's a process question related to the purchase and sale agreement. This council's had deliberation on that topic. We've directed an offer to be made. We've expressed our interest in having that offer accepted. What would be the process? Would that be something that would go on consent? Would you or City Manager Triplett speak to council members individually about whether they feel comfortable with that being on consent? I'd just like to understand that as Deputy Mayor before we proceed.
I think the action would be to authorize the city manager to enter into the purchase and sale agreement. I think we probably would recommend a brief business item so that we could review what the terms of the agreement are and give you a little update on the financing as a result, and then you take an action that way.
I was trying to find some efficiency in our schedule, but honestly, colleagues, I think that probably makes the most sense. Hopefully it can be a brief one. Thanks.
We'll do our best. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody. We are adjourned.